Hello and welcome to this, our 250th live stream, the origin of all live streams. And that's because we did our Monday video uh, on Origins. And if you haven't watched that, please go back and take a look. Not much as far as channel news. Egg Hunter is coming out this week. So Egg Hunter is the video game that was created by Mrs. Producer and I, and it will be out on Steam on March 2nd. So that's the release date. The other thing is, we got the proofs, finally, for the Lord of Steel and Sky hardcover. Ooh. And it's got Conlang. Ooh, even more ooh and ah. One thing that the hardcover has that the softcover doesn't is inside artwork. And we're gonna show you the inside artwork. We take off the dust jacket here. And yes, you get this really, really creepy inside cover. And it does have the spine. Ooh. Black on the back. So, a minimalist design. So, if you're into hardcovers that have extra artwork, this is definitely the choice for you. And if you were really lucky and you got in before the change in prices, you got it for less than what it cost. So, thank you to those who were smart enough to get in on that early. Okay, so did you have something to add? Nope. Okay. Let's get into the rules and then let's get into the questions. The rules are straightforward, which is that super chats have priority. Nothing surprising about that. Non-super chat questions have to begin with a Q and a colon. If we don't see the Q and the colon, it pretty much doesn't exist for us. Okay, we look for that. Now, I want to make it clear too, though, that just because you post a non-super chat question doesn't mean we'll take it. We never guarantee taking non-super chat questions. Okay, that's just standard. Only post non-super chat questions once. If you post it more than once, it gets disqualified for the night. That's a hard and fast rule to prevent question spamming. Okay? If it's something to do with the Bible, we ask that you give us some context. Okay? So that means you give us the what book it's found in, what verse, and what chapter and what verse. Okay? That way we can actually narrow down the question and know what you're talking about. Gives us context. Okay. We do allow people to sponsor non-super chats, but we ask that you copy the non-super chat into the chat so we don't have to hunt for it. It makes just life a lot easier for us. And then finally, one question per chat. And that's because if you start stacking questions, it's not fair to others. So, well, if you do stack questions, what we'll do is just take one question and ignore the others. All right? So those are the rules. All right? And we're going to start the night with a set of non-super chats. And then we're going to get to the super chats because we got a lot of them tonight. All right. The first one here is from Mama. And she's actually had several tonight. So, she asks, Jacob claims in Genesis 48:22 seems sus. When did he take anything from the Amorites, or did he make it up to justify himself in giving Joseph a double portion? All right. Now let's bring up our Bible here, and we will go to, let's see, Genesis 48. Genesis 48, verse 22. All right, and we'll start verse 21 here. Then Israel said to Joseph, Behold, I am about to die, but God will be with you, and bring you back to the land of your fathers. And I give you one portion more than your brothers, which I took from the hand of the Amorite with my sword and my bow. Okay. Basically, what Jacob is driving at here is that as he was sojourning the land, he was essentially taking the produce from the Amorites. So he was kind of going between places, taking stuff, essentially. So, we wouldn't call this theft, but we would basically say that he competed against them for resources and kind of won. So that's basically what Jacob is driving at there. And he didn't have to do this to justify giving Jacob a double portion of the inheritance, but he did say, it does sort of, when you look at how the tribal map is distributed, Ephraim and Manasseh, they're on the other side of the Jordan and in that upper northern region of Canaan. So that's Amorite territory. So basically, Joseph, his posterity is going to receive a large portion of those Amorite lands. So that's really what's being driven at here. Not so much that he annexed the land, more that basically, as Jacob was a sojourning, he basically took the best of the land for himself. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Very much appreciated. Next question's also from Mama. In Genesis 31:6, did he though? And I think this is Jacob lying again. All right, let's look it up. I mean, wouldn't put it past Jacob to lie, but now he's talking here to Rachel and Leah. Okay? And we'll start verse 5. And he said to them, I see your father's attitude, that it's not friendly towards me as formerly, but God of my father has been with me. And that you know that I have served your father with all my strength, yet your father has cheated me and changed my wages 10 times. However, God did not allow him to hurt me. If he spoke thus, the speckled wages shall be your wages, then all the flocks brought forth speckled. If he spoke thus, the stripe shall be your wages, then all the flock brought forth striped. Thus, God has taken away your father's livestock and given them to me. Okay. Now, did he serve Laban with all his strength? Yeah, probably. He really wanted Rachel. Okay? I mean, that was what he wanted out of this, really. In the end of the day, he wanted Rachel. So, I pretty much get the fact that he really wants this. So I don't think he lied about serving Laban as well as he could. I don't think there was any necessity for that. And the fact was that the flocks were successful, just not in the way Laban wanted. So, essentially, every time, Jacob did do a nasty with his applied pharmacology on the flocks. He made sure that the ones that were speckled and striped, they got the antibiotics with the sticks in the water. Okay? So, you cheated me. Ooh. Okay. that was fun. That was fun. So, Jacob is not beyond gaming the system. I mean, he is gaming it. He is using applied pharmacology to make sure that his flocks are stronger, and those would produce more of the speckled and stripes, whereas the weaker ones that were all white or all black, those ones ended up being less in number because they weren't as strong, because they didn't have the benefits of the applied pharmacology. And, here Jacob is attributing that to God, when it was really his medical management that was more to blame. So, it's interesting, but I don't think he's lying here. Okay, but I also don't think he's lying about Laban cheating him either. So he gamed the system, but Laban was changing the rules constantly too. The fact is that Jacob and Laban are two of a kind. They're more similar than they are different as far as their the way they treat people. So, Ryan Cohen Cap, what I told you was true from a certain point of view. Well, yeah. From Jacob's point of view, yeah, he was telling the truth. But they were both, Laban and Jacob were both into gaming the system. I mean, that's how Jacob got Leah, was Laban gaming the system. So they were both game players as such. Okay, so I hope that answers the question. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. And we got one more from her, I think. Here. Okay. In Genesis 31:10-13, Jacob seems to embellish what God told him in 31:3. How likely is that? Well, in 31:3, the Lord said to Jacob, return to the land of your fathers and to your relatives, and I will be with you. Okay. But he's told to return anyway. And so in 31:10-13, he just says that to Rachel and Leah, and it came about at the time when the flock was mating that I lifted up my eyes and saw a dream, and behold, the male goats were mating were striped, speckled, and mottled. And the angel of the Lord said to me in the dream, Jacob, and I said, here am I. And he said, lift up now your eyes and see that all the male goats which are mating are striped, speckled, and mottled, for I have seen that Laban has been doing to you. I am the God of Bethel, where you anointed a pillar and where you made a vow to me. Now arise, leave this land, and return to the land of your birth. Okay, is he embellishing here? Probably. Okay, he is probably embellishing. Is that beyond what Jacob would do? Not really. This would be totally within Jacob's character. So, at the same time, too, Rachel and Leah are asking some bona fide questions in this passage, which is, what do we get out of this? Perfectly bona fide question. They leave, and they don't get a part of Laban's inheritance. So they're asking the inheritance question. Normally they're part of it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and their inheritance would normally go with the husband, but at the same time, too, they're not eligible for inheritance in the same way as, say, Laban's sons would be. So, so yeah, they're asking bona fide questions of, okay, we're not going to get anything out of Laban. Do we get anything out of you? And basically, he's saying, yeah, okay, this is God's orchestrated this so that we all will have lots of goats, lots of goats. Uh, what we all want out of inheritance is lots of goats. uh, uh, Silly PB says Rachel took the household gods, which is a type of inheritance. That's kind of stealing your dad's corn collection. Okay? Um. Uh. Yeah. So, Patui says this happens a lot in Ugaritic texts. King Keret receives a message from El, and Kirtu repeats it in a fuller, more ornate way later in the text. Okay, yeah. So I don't see that. I mean, there might be the core message, and then there might be a later expansion or embellishment of it. So he's not making it up. Here's the thing: Jacob here is not making up what happened. He's just sort of amplifying upon it. So, okay. So, anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Fourth super chat we're going to take here is from Covenant God, who asks, "Hello, Dr. Falk. Do we know exactly where all these locations are? The wilderness of Shur, Marah, Elim, and the wilderness of Zin. Or are they all unknown?" Thank you. Okay. Some we know, some we don't. Now, the wilderness of Shur we know because Shur was actually a oasis. It was an oasis. It was an oasis of Shur that had been used for millennia. So we know where that oasis is. And thus we know where the wilderness of Shur is. Which happens to run south of the coastal line of the Sinai. Okay? So that one we know. Marah, we've got to guess that it's probably the Bitter Lakes, because Marah means bitterness. So it's probably the Bitter Lakes, which is on the west coast of the Sinai, eastern coast of Egypt, where it sort of meets, and above it are the Bitter Lakes. Okay, so that's probably Marah's probably somewhere in there. Elim, we don't know. Julian Cooper might have some insights on this, but I don't know where Elim is. As far as the wilderness of Zin, that's sort of among, it's in the Sinai, and it might be synonymous with the wilderness of Etham. Okay, so that's basically where you. Well, it is Zin, Ryan, not Sin. Okay, just want to make that clear. I don't know why translators call that sin. Wilderness is sin. It's just like, okay. That doesn't clarify anything. Okay. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. All right, let's go on to the super chats now, because we got a lot of them tonight. S and Z. Yeah, same thing, right? Sue and Zoo, same thing. All right, first super chat here is from 501 Mobius for $10. Thank you for the question. Is it true that Ashtaroth, Marna letter EA 197 Ashtartu appears on a list as a conquered city during Ramses III's reign? Now, I did look this up. I am, because he's got a lot of topographic lists. Okay, so I was not able to find a Startu in those topographic lists. That doesn't mean that it isn't somewhere or isn't being um, interpreted another way. But I just wasn't able to find it. I did look for it though. So I had not heard that that city was in the topographic lists. But there's so many cities in those topographic lists that's it's really hard to keep them all in your head. So I wasn't able to find it, and I looked in sort of um the best source for this, which is Kitchen's Ramesside Inscriptions, but I was unable to find it. But somebody else might have found it in another block somewhere. So I don't have anything more to add to that, other than to say it could be, but I couldn't find it. All right. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Okay. Next super chat here is from Levi. AEUIO for €6. Thank you very much for the super chat. Hi, Dr. Falk. Any clue what the salt is intended for in Judges 9:45? Is this literal or idiomatic? It's literal. We're going to get into this, because I know exactly what this salt is for. Judges. Come on. Okay, my mouse froze. The battery ran out, obviously. My batteries. There's my batteries. Battery change. Gotta love wireless mice. Okay. There we go. Judges. 9:45. Okay, and the text reads, and Abimelech fought against the city all that day, and he captured the city and killed the people who were in it. He razed the city and sowed it with salt. Okay. Here's the... It is a literal salt. They're basically taking salt and throwing it into the agricultural areas of the city. Why do this? Because it destroys crops. When the Romans conquered Carthage, they salted the fields. Okay. Now, let me give you a little anecdotal story. Okay. Story time. When Dr. Falk was a kid, okay? Dr. Falk had a pet goldfish, okay? And already as a child, I was into the whole Egyptian thing. So I decided to mummify the fish. I did.
Hopefully he died of natural.
He did die of natural causes. But I mummified the fish. Okay? You know, and basically the way to mummify it is you put it in salt to dry it out, and then you wrap it in. I had some linen, and I wrapped it in linen with oil and spices. Okay? But what do I do with all the extra salt now? I just chucked it on my father's lawn. And it burnt a huge patch in the lawn. That he tried years to fix. A dead patch, yeah. It created the salt created a dead patch in the lawn that, for love and money, for like 8 years, he couldn't repair.
Yeah, you'd have to actually dig a hole.
Oh, it goes way deep. Salt goes way deep. So, CPM versus Dust. Did I make the fish a pyramid? No, but he had a full burial. Okay, with grave goods. Never told my dad this. Never told him how that dead patch happened.
So you're telling me now.
Yeah, since my father's now passed away, I can tell the story. Darkblade asks, can salting someone's yard get me charged with vandalism? Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Definitely that can get you charged with vandalism. Because you are destroying someone's property. Property that has financial value. Oh, absolutely, that will get you charged with vandalism. But yes, salt will rain absolute havoc with crops. They just can't grow. Because basically the salt dehydrates leaches water out of the roots of any plant. So that's why Abimelech here salted the land. Yeah, he sowed it with salt to make sure that city could not grow crops. So I don't even know less. Did the fish go with a little castle in his tomb? He had a sarcophagus. I made a little sarcophagus for him. Yeah, he had a full tomb. Grave goods, everything. Little tiny jar of oil. Little bit of wine. Ryan Cohenkamp asks, table salt or some other kind of salt? This was just table salt. This was just old-fashioned table salt. But any salt will destroy crops. So Scott Worthman asks, so the millennia-long salting of Mesopotamia is irreversible? It's not irreversible. It just takes a really, really long time to regenerate, for the salt to leach out. So it's the Nile does have high saline in the groundwater. Okay, so if you go to the Nile Delta today, the groundwater is very high in salt, but it's not enough to kill the it's not enough to kill the plants of the Nile. They're resistant to a certain level of saline. Andrew Graham, wine stolen from Dad? No. Oh heck no. I made my own. Even as a kid, I knew how to make wine. Wine isn't that hard to make. There's a little bit of plum wine. CPM versus DOS. A bunch of pharaohs standing around in the afterlife. Where did the fish come from? He's riding the bark of Ray like all the others, right?
They look at the fish and go, are you supposed to be swimming outside? Nope. It's a proper burial.
He got a better burial than most Egyptian peasants. Okay. Let's get back to the super chats here. So anyway, that's the reason for the salt. It's to make the ground infertile and incapable of growing things. Okay, we got now actually some super chats this week from AT Ministries. So I'm gonna start taking some of those between the super chats. And the first one is, where is the verse quoted in James 4:5 from? All right. And we will go to James. James 4, verse 5. Okay. And it reads, or do you think that the scripture speaks to no purpose? Quote, he jealously desires the spirit which he has made to dwell in us. Okay. Now, the term here for scripture we kind of have to understand is graphe, the writing. Or do you think that the writing speaks to no purpose? I don't think scripture here is a good translation of this. It's more of an ideological translation. The issue here is this quote here doesn't exist in the canon of scripture. It's not found there. It's actually found in an extra biblical writing by a Jewish sage by the name of Philo. Okay, Philo wrote something very, very similar to this in his Virtues on page 30, section 39, subsection 215 to 219. Okay, so this actually comes from Philo. It doesn't actually come from scripture. It's not found in the Septuagint. It's not found in the Apocrypha. It's found in Philo. So that's where I think it comes from. This is why I think when translators do these sorts of, when it quotes a writing, I think translators should be a little careful before they just sort of slap the term scripture here. Because, I mean, they capitalized it. The translator in this, and the NASB is not alone in doing this. They capitalized scripture here when it's not scripture. So I think they have to, translators need to be just a little more careful about this stuff. Because if they had checked on where that quote comes from, they wouldn't have slapped the capital S scripture on this. So again, Merv Monson asks, could it be from the Proverbs in the Septuagint version? I checked. The Septuagint's not there either. I had to actually look it up in the commentaries because it's not in scripture at all. And that's where I found the reference to Philo. So Gadfly says, I'm down with adding, I'm down, let's just add Philo to canon. Warrior the Most High, Philo is canon now. Slamarin, are you saying James quoted Philo? Yeah. Yeah, I think he did. But he's not alone. He would have read him, yeah. You know, Philo was really popular in the first century. I mean, he was one of the big sages of that era. So he was considered to be the most knowledgeable Jewish sage of his time. Oh yeah, I think James would have read him. And it's not uncommon for the New Testament writers to quote extra biblical sources. Paul quotes Menander. You know, we get other epistrophes, I think, is also quoted in the New Testament. So there's actually a numerous extra biblical quotes found in the New Testament. So yeah, I mean, I have no problem with this coming from Philo. I just have a problem with the translation that suggests this is scripture. So, bad translator, no donut. Okay. AT, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. And the next one we're going to take is also from AT Ministries here. Nehemiah 1:11. Since cupbearers were eunuchs, were they typically selected from lower class or slaves? Let's go to Nehemiah. We'll talk about this. Nehemiah 111. And the text just says, O Lord, I beseech thee, may thine ear be attentive to the prayers of thy servant and the prayer of thy servants who delight to revere thy name, and make thy servant successful today, and grant him compassion before this man. Now, I was the cupbearer to the king. Okay. Cupbearers, etc., who served in the royal court weren't lower class. Okay. They were selected from the best of the best. Now, they were many times foreigners because they were the only ones willing to go through the procedure. But they typically weren't the lower class. We know, for example, when Nebuchadnezzar selected the Israelite, the Judahite young men to serve him as eunuchs, he picked the top 10%. He picked the smartest, the brightest, the best.
Most of the population.
They had a lot of population pretending they're stupid, yeah. So yeah, they did sort of select out foreigners for this. More so than they would say they're the local population, but at the same time too, they did pick people who looked good. I mean, they had to be handsome because they're always going to be around the king. You don't want ugly people around the king. You know, the point of being the king is you're surrounded by nice looking people, people who smell good, are well groomed. So, you know, Darkblade says, picking elite foreigners to do unskilled labor native Persians don't want to do. Well, some of this was skilled labor, too. So, you know, they had to have the capacity to read. And that was considered a skill back then. So, Murph Monson goes, Persians probably didn't castrate their subjects. Nehemiah seems to have be strong building the temple wall, which requires testosterone. No. They did put their subjects through the eunuch process, which did not involve castration. Okay, that's a point here. The way the Persians created eunuchs did not involve castration, and I'm not going to get into it because everyone is uncomfortable with the whole subject of how the Persians did it. But Nehemiah was building the temple wall as a sort of parabolic act. So he didn't have to be strong to do it. He didn't need that extra, and he would have definitely had gone through the process. Which, if you want to know, you can read Darkblade's comment. All right. So they weren't lower class, they weren't slaves, but they were taken from, say, the higher class of other nations. Because again, they had to look nice, they had to look clean, they had to be able to present themselves, they had to have aptitude in certain fields. So, all right. So, I hope that answers that question, AT. Thank you very much, and I hope that helps. And we'll take a third one from him, and then we'll move on. Often the Bible says, beyond the river, in Joshua 24:15 and Nehemiah 2:7. How do we know it's the Euphrates? Sometimes it says so explicitly. But normally, when it talks about beyond the river, and we'll just start taking some, like Joshua 24 here. Joshua 24, verse 15. Okay. And if it's disagreeable in your sight to serve the Lord, choose for yourself today whom you will serve, whether the gods of which your fathers served, which were beyond the river, okay, or the gods of the Amorites in whose land you are living. But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. Okay. And now, we have to understand that the river is the river. Whenever you see that the river, it usually does refer to the Euphrates. It doesn't usually refer to, say, the Jordan. The reason why is because it's a sort of a directional thing beyond the river. And in this particular case, in 14, it says, here, fear the Lord and serve him in sincerity and truth. Put away the gods which your fathers served beyond the river and in Egypt. Oh, wait, your fathers. Okay. Now, there's really only two places that their fathers were. Okay. When it's that were beyond the river. Okay. The fathers of the Israelites were not on the other side of the Jordan. So it's not clearly here not talking about the Jordan. It's really talking about the Euphrates. Because that's where Urkesh was. It was on the other side of the Euphrates. So, it's beyond that river. So, it's this is very normal. You can almost assume this, unless you've got good warrant otherwise, to assume it's the Euphrates. It occurs that often, with that sort of connotation. In case of Nehemiah 7, 2:7 here. And I said to the king, if it please the king, let letters be given to me for the governors of the provinces beyond the river, that they may allow me to pass through until I come to Judah. Okay, he's in the capital of the Persian Empire. He's on the other side of the Euphrates. He's not crossing the Jordan here. He wouldn't even dream to cross the Jordan. This wouldn't even make sense geographically, because he's in Nineveh. He's in the capital of Persia. So he has to cross, either go around or cross the Euphrates at this point. Whereas he wouldn't even, in traveling across there, he'd be traveling through Syria and then down into the Levant, as opposed to any Jordan, as it were. So, Common Lurker says here, the Euphrates was such an important river, it needed to be called the river, and you knew what it was referring to. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it was that important. So, it was just the biggest river in the region, at least as far as the Levant and the Fertile Crescent is concerned. So anyway, AT, I hope that helps. When you see the river, Nahar. Now, we have to understand here. There's Nahar and Itaru. Okay, and they both are two different words for river. Okay? If you see Nahar, it's usually the Euphrates. If it's Itaru, it's usually the Nile. Okay? Both are translated as river. It shouldn't be, but the Nahar, that's the Euphrates. The Itaru, that's the Nile. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what the Nahal is off the top of my head, unless I see that in context. But I happen to know that Nahar is usually the Euphrates. Okay, let's move on to the next super chat here. Yehor is the Nile. Yeah. Yep, that's the Nile. Sorry, I just said the Egyptian word. Yeor is the Hebrew for Itaru. Okay, so That's the problem when you know too many languages. You switch between them in your head and your. I've been doing a lot of work on Egyptian text this week, so I've got Egyptian on the brain. Okay, let's move on to the next one here. Next super chat here is going to be from Striding Herbert for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Good day, doctor, and good producer. I thought that would be a funny greeting. What extravagant dish would you love to make or try? Don't know. I don't know what extravagant dish I would make or try. Actually, I mean, I'm kind of a foodie, and I do love trying exotic foods. But I can't think of anything off the top of my head that I would like to. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, I know what I'd like to try, and Mrs. Producer would have my head if she heard this. So, there are some certain delicacies in Japan that I would love to try. Things that you can only get in Japan. Things like herring roe. It's illegal to try herring roe in British Columbia and the Western United States because it's protected. I also wouldn't mind trying a bit of some of the exotic meats you find in Japan too. And I'll leave those to your imagination. Dr. Falk stops talking. You know the sword was used. Yeah. But there is some stuff you can only get right now in Japan, and that's some of that stuff I wouldn't mind trying. Okay, so but other than that, I can't think of too much that would fugu fish. Let's see, what have I? Yeah, fugu fish I would try if I was in Japan. I wouldn't have a problem with fugu. Now, Mrs. Producer might have a problem with me trying fugu. We have discussed this. But, yeah, Mrs. Producer would not be happy with me trying fugu. I don't see the harm in trying it in Japan. Just because those chefs have to be licensed and qualified and all that. So, sea urchin? Tried sea urchin. Didn't care for it. I know you can also get whale in Japan. Are those things expensive? Depends where you are. Fugu is expensive just because the training involved in preparing it is specialized. So it's not so much the fish is expensive, it's the training to prepare the fish that's expensive. Whale is actually not that expensive in Japan. So herring roe, not expensive in Japan. But again, it's one of those things you can only get over there. So I did see it once, herring roe once in in a Korean store. And I saw it only once, and I kicked myself for not buying it at the time. So never got to try it, but I've heard it's very good. But you're only allowed to consume it if you're a Native American, at least in North America. So, okay, let's move on here to the next super chat. And the next super chat is, do you dislike the term dead language? No, I don't dislike the term dead language. I think that's a perfectly fine term. Language that falls out of regular use and is no longer spoken as a colloquial or liturgical language. Sure, I have no problem with that. Doing that. Patui says, if you're worried about ethical sourcing, ultra long aged cheeses are a good delicacy. I love unpasteurized cheeses. Okay, they're very difficult to get in the United States. They're less difficult to get in Canada, but you have to go to a specially importer to get them. There's a fromager on in Vancouver here that I sometimes go to get those cheeses, but that's for a special occasion, like for Christmas or something like that. So, because I walk out of there $70 lighter. Of course, now that's probably cheap now. I haven't done that for a couple years. So, Blue Dog, I think I had horse in Japan. I had horse in the UK. Didn't know it was horse, but it was horse. Actually, wasn't bad. I actually liked horse. Tasted good. Who's selling the horse meat? Iceland. No. The Iceland is a chain, a store chain in the UK. Right. Yeah, Iceland was okay. Let's explain where we got horse from. There was a huge scandal about horse meat being imported into the UK and being sold as beef. That was the problem. It was being sold as beef, and it was being basically it was being sold as beef by the discount stores. Okay? Discount grocery stores. And where we got it from was a chain in the UK which was called Iceland. Now, Iceland is basically a store full of freezers. Okay? So you get a frozen pack of meat. You get a frozen pack of mussels. You get a frozen pack of whatever, drumsticks. Okay? So, we did buy some of that meat that was, quote, recalled because it was horse meat. Of course, we had eaten it by the time it was recalled. And it did taste a little unusual. It did not taste bad. It tasted sweeter than normal beef. So it was like, okay, well, what kind of cut of meat is this? That has that kind of sweetness to it. And it seemed a little odd at the time, and then we figured it out. It was horse meat. So that's how we ate horse meat. We didn't seek it out. It sought us out. Good times. Good times. Blue Dog. Switzerland has horse meat. Full filet and Ferdewurst. You can also get it in France. Yeah, France sells horse meat too. And actually, I have no problem with it. Eating it myself. I know, though, there's some North Americans that do. Like Mrs. Producer. So, okay, getting back to the original Striding Hermit language, do you dislike the term dead language? No, I don't. I think it's perfectly acceptable, properly used, and I don't have an issue with it. I don't think about that much. Okay. Next one here is also from Striding Herbert for $5. Thank you very much for the question. And he says, preface, I don't mean this just for the sake of developing writing skills and drawing out ideas. Should more people try to record their dreams? Should they? I don't know. It's when you start asking should questions, those are ought questions. Ought more people try to record their dreams? I don't see there's any imperative there to do so. Yeah. I mean, being aware of your dreams can be very insightful. It can reveal what you're stressed about, what your concerns are. It's really helpful for writers. It's super helpful for writers to do it. But it does, are people allowed to record their dreams? Sure. Yes, there's nothing prohibiting, at least in scripture, people recording their dreams. Should they do it? That's a whole different matter. That comes down to personal choice. So.
And Louis Sandoval asked
Louis Sandoval asks, Dr. Falk, why did God create dreams for? Basically to reset your ATP cycle. Your adenosine triphosphate cycle. Okay. ATP is the energy that you use up when you metabolize sugar. Okay? When you metabolize sugar, you produce adenosine triphosphate and adenosine diphosphate. Okay? When you sleep, the diphosphate gets converted back to triphosphate. And this is this happens to the greatest extent when you have a dreaming cycle. So, then that was basically God's way of, say, resetting the way we consume energy, making energy available again. Okay? So that's why it's important, and we do that during the dream cycle. In fact, most chordate animals do this. So animals dream. Little bunnies do dream of treats. Yes, it's true. So yeah, most animals go through that sort of dream cycle. And again, it is part of our biology. Ryan Cohen asks, how does one record dreams? You write them down. It's the only way you can do it. You write them down. Here was something I was taught by the son of Mandrake the Magician. I had a really cool biology teacher who in high school, who was one of the 4 sons of Mandrake the Magician. And each of those sons specialized in a particular kind of show magic. Well, Lon Mandrake, he specialized in what was called mental magic. So he knew about all these mental tricks. And one of those tricks, he said, was the way you record dreams is you have about a 5-minute window to intentionally remember a dream. And then you forget it. So, yeah, mandrakes again. Yeah, not that kind of mandrake, but yeah, because he's named after the showman is named after that, yeah. Yeah, he was a very popular magician in the 30s. Very popular. But he basically he suggested that if you want to remember a dream, you have to intentionally remember it within the first 5 minutes of waking up. If you don't intentionally remember it, you will forget it. Yeah, and a lot of people who record their dreams keep a notebook. Now, in my case, I intentionally remember it, and then I just go to my computer and type it all out. So, Patui says, they're useful to record in the same way shower thoughts are useful to record. I sometimes get good video game dev mapping ideas from my dreams. Yeah. Well, I get a lot of, say, ideas for my books, my fictional books from my dreams. And it's like, okay, there's something back in the subconscious that's rattling about what my characters are doing that comes out in a dream, and then I intentionally remember that, and then I basically write about it.
A lot of people are thinking about
Mm-hmm.
before they go to
Yeah. Dreams can be controlled, they can be manipulated, they can be stopped, they can be altered, they can be influenced by what content you take in before you go to sleep. So yeah, there's a lot of those little tricks out there, those mental tricks that can be useful for if you want to do stuff like record dreams. Okay, so I hope that helps, Striding Hermit. Louis Sandoval adds, do dreams ever even have a spiritual element in them? Yeah, they can. They can have a spiritual element. They can be influenced by other spirits. There's a lot of things that can happen in a dream scenario. So yeah, they can be bad dreams too.
They can try the ground.
Yeah. Darkblade, how do I prevent certain dreams or delete them from my memory? Depends on the dream. Some dreams can be prevented by basically willing yourself to change it. That is actually a very effective way of doing it. Deleting it from your memory, all you have to do is not dwell on it. If you don't choose to remember it, it tends to just stop. Unless it's something so horrifying that you can't delete it. But 99.9% of all dreams you will never remember. Okay? So,
sometimes you can look at it, analyze what you,
yeah.
and there are ways of guiding where you deliberately try and have a different.
Yeah. Yeah, if it's a really bad dream, what you can do is analyze it, find out why you're having the bad dream, and then do something to counteract it. Let me give you an example of it. People who have sleep apnea often dream of being chased by monsters, or having something sit on their chest because they're having difficulty breathing. A CPAP machine will fix that. So, Milo Mortimer, hey Milo, just got back from watching Alien. Cool movie. I hope that's the original. So I'm stopping by to give this a like and play Subnautica. That movie aged really well. I hope you saw it big screen. That's the only way to see Alien is big. I mean, it's not the only way, but it's the best way to see Alien is big screen. Not a chance, this Mrs. Producer.
Talking about bad dreams.
Talking about bad dreams and segue right to Alien. Milo goes, the screen was big enough. Oh, but the detail on Alien is just so sweet. I mean, those prop guys went the extra mile. Mama says original but director cut. That I saw the last time I saw Alien was actually in the theater of a special effects studio, and they had a big theater. I mean, because that's what they do is they use that to review movies on the big screen. So, just being able to see all that fine detail on all the props was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. Milo says, I nearly cried because the practical effects were just so beautiful. They are. They are incredibly beautiful. Star Wars doesn't hold a candle as far as the beauty of its props compared to, say, Alien. Alien, the props were just masterfully done. Absolutely masterfully done. Mama says, it was our first time watching with our older 14 and up kids. They liked it a lot. I liked it a lot too. But seeing it on the big screen is a whole different experience. It just loses so much detail on, say, smaller televisions. But on the big screen, oh my, it's so gorgeous. It's such a gorgeous movie. Yeah, I mean the 70s one. Yeah, absolutely. Molly Mortimer says, I'm assuming you mean the 70s one? Yeah, the one from the 70s. Yeah, the original. It's just an amazing film with just incredible details. But you can't appreciate those details unless you see it on a big screen. Ryan goes, I nearly cried because the cat survived. All right. Mama says, now I understand why Ripley is such an amazing character. Yeah, she was an amazing character. You know, we had strong women characters, say prior to this woke push for them in today's garbage. Ripley was a legitimately strong female character.
We didn't spend the entire screen.
Yeah, without being told she was strong. Yeah. Okay. Louis Sandoval asks, since we're talking about the horror genre, okay. Dr. Falk, which is the best vampire movie that you can recommend since you worked on the topic? Which one?
New Zealand wannabes.
What We Do in the Dark?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's funny. That was a comedy though. Yeah, but it's a very good one. What We Do in the Dark. I would say the best vampire movie I've seen is Let the Right One In. The original, I think it's Danish version or Finnish version. Yeah, don't get the American one. It's called Let the Right One In. Terrifying. Terrifying. Yeah, What We Do in the Shadows. Yeah, I guess that's it. But Let the Right One In is probably the best vampire movie I've seen. Again, that one will leave you with nightmares.
They actually did a job with interviews with the vampire. Much better than anybody else.
Yeah. It's Swedish. Okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember what it was off the top of my head. Okay. Okay, let's move on with the next one here. Take a couple more AT questions. Let's try that. Okay, next one here. Nehemiah 2:13. What were the walls made of? Okay, let's bring up our Bible again. 2:13. So I went out at night by the valley gate in the direction of the dragon's well and to the refuse gate, expecting the walls of Jerusalem, which were broken down, and its gates were consumed by fire. Okay. What were the walls made of? They were made of stone. There's a number of stone quarries around Jerusalem. So, and basically what had happened was the late bronze fortifications had been broken down, so they had to rebuild those. So they were rebuilding them out of stone, essentially. And that's what I think is, and that's what they're rebuilding it. It's basically probably by this point, because we're talking about, say, later on, say after the Persian exile, the Babylonian exile, that they're at this point they're taking local stone and just building walls out of that. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. The next one here is also from AT. And he goes, so when the apostles go back fishing, John 21, isn't that after they knew he rose from the dead? Let's take a look here. I believe it is. John 21. So you get John 20. And John 20 is when Christ appears to them in the upper room. So John 21 is definitely after that. Okay? So yes, this is after Christ rose from the dead. So yeah, absolutely. They're going back fishing after they know that Christ has risen from the dead. So yep, that's pretty normal. Let's go on to his next question here, because that adds to this. Okay. Next one goes, would there have been wouldn't there have been an expectation to continue ministry, or was the expectation that they always go back to work regardless of what Christ did? Okay. We have to kind of understand something culturally about the peripatetic preacher. We kind of have to view peripatetic teachers in the first century. It was fashionable in the first century for young men to spend 3 years learning from a teacher and then go back to your village to be sort of the local to be a man, as it were. You'd go, you'd work for this teacher for a while, learn what he had to teach you, come back, and then you would be a man in your village, and you would then sort of continue with your trade, but now you can be a respected member of the community because you have some theological knowledge, and you can open the Torah scroll at your local synagogue and read from it. You now become a leader in your community. Okay? So that was the expectation. So when the disciples start following Christ, they're following him with the expectation that they're going to go back to their villages, get married to a nice Jewish woman, have lots of babies, and become a respected member of the community. That's the expectation. So that's what they're going to be. That's what the disciples are expected. So that was always the plan for the disciples to go back fishing. That was always the plan. The fact is that the teaching got kind of cut short because of the crucifixion. So there wasn't that expectation that they would be continuing on ministry. They were always going to go back fishing. That was the goal. That was their goal. You know, the goal of every young Jewish man back then was to essentially, you know, serve in a yeshiva if you were the upper class. You know, a philosophical or theological training school for basically the elite. Or you could follow a peripatetic preacher for 3 years, and that's your kind of your community college level of education. So you had back then with the yeshivas and say the scribes and the priests and the Herodians, a higher level of education. That would be your university level guys, and then you had the peripatetic preachers. That's your community college guys. But it was always the expectation after that, once you got your education, to go back, work whatever job you were trained in, whether that was a carpenter, whether that was a fisherman, didn't matter. You know, but it was, the eye here was to become, say, a leader in your local community. So, because they still had to make money, still had to eat, all that good stuff. Andrew says, well, I suppose people have to eat. Yeah, they do. Yeah, that was their trade, was to fish. So yeah, that was always the plan. The thing is, a lot of plans go awry, especially if you follow Christ. Patui says lots of students under rabbis memorized their sages' words and then returned home, maybe with notebooks, membrane or hypomenada to aid recall of exact words. Yeah, they did. Yeah, that was common practice, very common practice, and they did return home. That was the point. That was their point. They returned home, returned to the trade, and then become respected members by quoting these sages. So they told God their plans, and he said, no way. No, that's sometimes how it happens, doesn't it? It often happens. So, okay, so that's, yeah. There was no immediate, say, call to ministry at that point. So in John 21, the disciples are not called to ministry immediately. Yeah, they were eventually going to go do ministry because you can't really get out of that once you're in that deep into Christianity. But there was always that expectation that after they finished their, time with Christ, they would be going back to their villages and resuming their trades. That was the expectation. So everything normal here. Okay, next one here from AT Ministries is, he says, in John 21, you stated Jesus, the author, goes from agape to phileo in Greek to prove a point. But what is the point? What is the purpose of going from agape to phileo if they are synonymous? The purpose of it is to make it clear that by shifting the language just slightly, he's emphasizing a point. He's emphasizing the point of Yeah, do you really love me? Are you getting this? It's like if you say something twice, to somebody, and they're just not quite getting it. So you change the wording. Okay? Like Junior, did you smash the car? No, Dad, I didn't smash the car. Did you smash the car, Junior? No, Dad, I didn't smash the car. Junior, did you smash my car? Oh, maybe I did smash your car. Really no difference between did you smash the car and did you smash my car. But by changing the wording slightly, you get around the mental block. Junior, where is my car? Laugh out loud. Mama says, let's face it, just not getting it covers Peter for sure. Patui says, Phileo had some unsavory uses in late Attic literature. Yeah, it did. But that's because of its association with Phoneo. Agapo had fewer potential connotations. Yeah, but really the point was to change the wording so that Peter gets it. In the wall, Dad. yeah, that's where Junior drove the car into the wall. Ryan Cohen Cap. Simon Foot in mouth Peter. Yeah, but he tried. I mean, gotta give Peter this. At least he tried. He wasn't the brightest bulb in the pack, but he tried. He got out of the boat. He walked in the water. It wasn't the brightest bulb in the pack, but hey, he tried. Okay, so, but that's generally the point of why that's the switch here. It's not so much that Peter was thinking those say unsavory connotations of phileo. That wasn't what he was thinking. He just wasn't getting the point. So the wording had to be changed here, so he did. That's really all that's going on there. All right. Let's move on to the next one here. Next super chat is from Rich Adams. And he gives a $10 super chat. Thank you for the super chat. He says, in doing research on the tabernacle, I tend to see most teaching describing Jesus in the tabernacle rather than describing its cultural context. What is the best approach to understand the tabernacle? Okay. You see that often, like G.K. Beale does this when he does his tabernacle and temple book. It doesn't describe it. He doesn't really go into the tabernacle and the temple at all, as much as what Jesus symbolized in Jesus as being read back into the temple and tabernacle as such. This is what's called the Christocentric approach. Now, there's two approaches that are often used when relating Christ to the Old Testament. One's called Christocentric, the other is called Christotelic. Okay? Now, here's the difference between them. A Christocentric reading makes the primary reading Christ as he is in the Old Testament. And that's really the only reading, and you basically stop there. You read Christ in the Old Testament symbols, and you stop. Because that's all you really need, is Christ in those symbols. Okay, and G.K. Beale is a big proponent of this. As an OT guy, I mean, I was really interested to read his book on the temple and tabernacle, and it was so disappointing because it's entirely Christocentric. Okay. Now the Christotelic approach is sort of the opposite. You start with the symbols in the Old Testament on their own context. So you do a contextualized reading of the symbols, and then once you have that understanding, you then say, well, how do we see Christ in that? So it sort of takes the opposite approach. It starts with the Christotelism, starts with the symbols on their own merit, and then moves to what does Christ mean in them. Okay, so it's a philosophical difference in how we approach the Old Testament texts and symbols. Okay, now I prefer Christotelic myself, because I want to understand. I think there's more to get out of the symbol in relating it back to Christ once you understand what the symbol actually is and why it's important, and you just get a fuller understanding of how the symbolism relates to Christ if you start with the context. So, Ryan Conkamp, do you have an example of the difference? Well, I mean, this is one, like, for example, I'll take Beale's example here, because I think that's a very telling example. For example, he will basically look at, say, the temple as sort of the incarnation of the sacred. But he doesn't... Basically, he reads the temple as basically the incarnation of the sacred, and therefore that is Christ. Okay? So that would be an example of a Christocentric reading. Now, if you would look at, say, the temple, you would, from a Christotelic view, you would look at, okay, you got here a separation between sacred and profane, going back to the Garden of Eden. You would have the three courts emulating the creation spaces. You would have the lampstands. You would have, say, the Holy of Holies. You would have the basically then the Shekinah glory, the Holy Spirit within the temple itself. That can lead you to a lot of different things about Christ as you then reflect back on who Christ was in terms of those various aspects of the temple. So, I think it's one of those one of those things where you get a fuller understanding of the symbols if you use a Christotelic approach, because again, you're understanding the symbols on their own merit first, and then you can apply them.
In worship.
Mm-hmm.
Just talking about
Mm-hmm.
one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna move on here. So that's essentially what I would say here is that the better approach is to use the Christotelic approach. Start with the symbols and the texts on their own merit, and then you can add Christ, that approach. Now, Christocentric people are going to push back here. Okay, they're going to say, well, Christ said they talk about me. So Christ is the first reading, so you're putting the Christ reading secondary. That's how the Christocentric people, they push back on this. Okay? But I think it's baloney. It's that complete baloney. Got a question here I want to take from Mama right now. You saw it? Okay. Mama says, Pre-ordered Lord of Steel and Size soft cover. Ooh, thank you. You know, you get a free copy. You know that, right? You'll get a free copy of the hardcover. I know it comes out in July. What is the time frame you're thinking to publish book 4, as you are already writing it in number 5? Okay.
Yeah.
That chapter done in Moses. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's my Damocles sword hanging over my head. Okay. Book 4 should be coming out. I am planning for that to be either December or January. Okay. He goes, yeah, but I want one of each. You just want that fancy inner cover. that creepy inner cover. Ooh. Hardcover is a keepsake. Soft covers for annotating. Oh, interesting choice there. Wow. Oh yeah, this one's loaded. Loaded. If you're a language person, you'll love book 3. There's a lot of NACO 32 in book 3. So if you're a language guy, who likes conlangs, constructed languages, you'll love book 3. The dude's a dude. Book 4 is a trilogy.
It's a world.
It's a world. Never said it was a trilogy, though. A lot of people just assumed it was going to be a trilogy. I never said it was going to be a trilogy.
It was a trilogy with possibilities.
Well, when I started, trilogy of, well, it's pentology. It'd be 5. Be 5 so far. Oh yeah. Since I already know how book 5 is going to end, I can tell you there's going to be a book 6.
Yes, Mama's got the right word. Theory.
Yeah, it's a series. It's a series. So yeah, that's the plan. The plan is to get book 4 out in December or early January. And then book 5 will be in the following July. And then book 6 again the next. So we're putting out about 2 a year at this point. So that's basically what we're doing, is putting out 2 books a year, roughly. Although technically, it's 2 a year. It is 2 a year. Okay, just gonna keep in mind.
Project is.
Yeah. I know I have to. I know I have to do that. I worked on it last night. So, yeah, I'm trying to still get that Moses chapter done. That's just hanging over my head. All right, let's move on to the next one here. From Andrew Graham. Andrew Guler. Thank you very much for the super chat. For $20, very generous. We really appreciate that. He said, "Did anyone from the Daily Wire reach out to you to interview you about your books? I know Andrew Clavin is always on the lookout for writers of interesting fiction who don't write from a woke point of view." No, I haven't heard anything from the Daily Wire. The Daily Wire doesn't really reach out to people like me. So,
Somebody wants to write them and recommend.
Yeah. So, no, I have not heard. No one from the Daily Wire has ever reached out to me. Joe Rogan has never reached out to me. None of those people reach out to me. Good times. Good times. All right. Next super chat here is also from Andrew Guler for $20. A very generous super chat again. Do you know anyone on YouTube who does what you do but specializes in ancient Persia? I have some questions that might clear up some things in Ezra, Nehemiah, and Esther. Okay. No, I don't know anyone who does this. I don't know anyone who does what I do. Period. So yeah, we're kind of a unique channel. I mean, we do get this sometimes when people go, I really like your content, but I don't like your attitude, and I don't like your laugh. It's like, and I say to them, okay, you can go find some other channel where your questions get answered like this, and maybe there'll be more to your liking. Oh wait, there isn't another channel like this.
And you laugh is your,
And my laugh is my laugh.
I mean, it's obviously not enough.
Yeah, so yeah, I don't know anyone who does what I do like this. I mean, I know other scholars. I know some scholars who did some ancient Persia, but they're not online. They don't stay online. Patui says the late Edwin Yamauchi is my first source for all things ancient Persia. Yes, but he's late now. He's not going to be doing any live streams anytime soon. So, Murph Monson says, inspiring philosophy has some good academic content, but there's also some fluff like all the other Christian channels. Well, okay. IP is a philosopher, and he's a apologist. I'm an educator. I specialized in ancient Egypt, and its relationship with the Bible. That's my specialization. That's my wheelhouse. Okay? So, there's very few people who've gone through that much education in order to get there that can do what I do. So, there's been some who've tried and failed spectacularly. That's been fun to watch. But there's nobody who does what I do. Exactly. Danny Dement, how can they not like the laugh? I've had people call it demonic. Christ never laughed. It must be demonic. Christ didn't brush his teeth either, but I'm going to continue doing it. Mama goes, even Mike Winger only answers 10, and his mods seem to vet them a bit. Oh, the way Mike does that is a little different. He takes the questions from previous shows, and then he answers them. Okay? He doesn't answer them live. Yeah, it might be a live stream, but those questions are things he's already prepared for in advance. See, here's what makes this show so different. There's no preparation. At least not much. If I have...
And he doesn't have a...
Yeah, and he doesn't have a foodie section. Mike Winger does not have a foodie section.
We know
IP's got cats. I don't know if Mike Winger does. But no, the way Mike Winger does this is he takes the live chat from the previous stream, pulls 10 questions, and then answers them on the next one. So that's how he does it. And, that's reasonable if you want to do that in that way. But, Edwin Yamauchi died? Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's been dead for a while now. He was like in his 90s. All right, let's move on here. So, next one here is from... So, Andrew, I'm sorry I can't recommend anyone because no one else is doing this, essentially. Academics who are in the field, don't go online. It's a career-limiting move. And the reason it's a career-limiting move is because academic departments do not like celebrity. All right, let's move on. Next one here is also from Andrew Guler for $20. Thank you again for that very generous super chat. It's often said that in the ancient world, average life expectancy is something like 40 years old. I don't really believe this. Do you find evidence that ancient people themselves expected to die by 40? No, that's not how life expectancy worked. The way life expectancy works in the ancient world is it's tied to childbirth death rates. Okay? The reason why life expectancy was so low in the ancient world is an average. It's an average of all birth rates. Okay? So, your chance of dying between the time you were born and the time you turned 2 was really high. You had a 50% chance of living to age 2. Okay. But once you live to age 2, you could easily expect to live to age 60. Easily. It was not uncommon to then have a normal lifespan once you turned 2. But you had to make it through those first 2 years of life. So it's one of those things that the average age was 40, but that's because they're throwing in those
People who live to 80.
Yeah, so it's basically a sort of a middle ground between those who lived to 80 and those who died, at childbirth. So
Plus people who die.
Yeah.
And that's women.
Well, I mean, there was the life expectancy was lower too because more people succumb to infections and that sort of thing. So, this is why you do sometimes hear people saying that the life expectancy was only 30. Well, yeah, if you figure in all the infant deaths and the people who wouldn't have lived as long because of infection and dying of, say, disease, yeah, it works out that way.
Did the age name their baby?
Let me see if I can get that here. Okay, Mama says, is it true that the ancients didn't name their babies until later, like several months or to a couple years old? No, it's not true. They did. They always named their child something. Okay? Now, sometimes it was formalized when you named a child. Like, for example, in Israelite culture, a baby was not given a name until the 8th day, the day of their circumcision, in the case of a boy. But they were given names. So, now, the name they had as a child might be changed as an adult, because they come into an adult name. But it's not true that they didn't name their babies until later. They all did. Okay, but it's also true that they did lose these people as well. All right, let's move on here to the next one from AT Ministries. All right. And thank you for the super chat, AT. We really appreciate it. For $5. And he says, I know archers were the lowest rank because anyone could afford a bow. But I feel that's better than being infantry. Or did they put archers up front? They're the lowest ranks because rank was determined by equipment, not by life expectancy. Okay? This is one of those things about being in an ancient army. Rank was by the cost of your equipment, not by how long they expected you to live. Um, archers were the lowest rank because they had the cheapest equipment. Slingers were probably even lower. Okay, slingers had even cheaper equipment than archers. Archer had to make arrows, make their bows. A slinger only had to make a sling and find his cannonball-sized rocks of joy. Okay, so slingers were actually even lower rank than archers. But at the same time, too, um, is it better than being infantry? Well, and yeah, in some respects, yeah. Um, as an archer, you didn't have to go out on the front lines. You could hang back. You know, but they were also assigned. Archers were assigned to infantry units. They were assigned to infantry units and onto chariots. Okay? So, archers. There were many archers who served on chariots, and they would have, say, they wouldn't be given sort of the rank of charioteer because they weren't the driver, but they often served on chariots. So, Mama says, I saw slingers in my footnotes just today. Ooh, nice. Nice. First time I noticed that. Cool. Applied learning. I love applied learning. Okay. Next one here is from, let's see, all right, 18 Ministries here. Next one. How would charioteers be promoted in Egypt? In Egypt, a charioteer could be, was pretty much almost, how do I say this? The lowest charioteer would be like, a petty officer, okay, or a junior lieutenant. Okay. So, you were already, as a charioteer, a step up beyond the infantry, except for maybe a captain of an infantry. Okay, so if you think of it this way, your infantry, they're like your enlisted guys and your NCOs. Charioteers were like your officers. Okay, so a charioteer could be promoted to higher levels of officer rank. Okay, so you would have, say, a charioteer could be a captain, and they could give orders to a squad of infantry. They can also all be, and a charioteer can be promoted all the way up to a general. Whereas if you are infantry, you're capped. You can't be more than, say, a commander of 250. So, dude, chariot equals tank commander. Yeah, well, yep. Your typical chariot, yeah, tank commander would be a perfectly acceptable term. But a charioteer can, as I said, be anything from, say, a junior officer all the way up to a general. That there was really, the sky's the limit as far as how high you could be promoted. And a few charioteers ended up being pharaoh. Okay. Ramses the First ended up being a pharaoh, and so did Horemheb, and both of them were charioteers. And actually, so was Merneptah. Merneptah was also a charioteer. So, yeah, you had charioteers who were actually serving, the highest ranks of Egyptian society. All right, moving on to the next one here. What different ranks were there in the charioteer corps? They were organized the same way as, say, the infantry was, in groups of 50 and 100. Sorry, 50 and 250. So those are your squads. Okay. So, in the case of a charioteer, I believe the smallest squad was 10. So you could have a squad of 10, and a squad, basically a brigade of 50, and then a battalion of 250, and then the whole army itself, which was 2,000. Okay? So, and Egypt had 4 armies. They had 4 armies, and each army contained roughly 1,000 chariots, 1,000 infantry, except for the army of Set. The army of Set was all infantry. Okay, so that's typically how it worked. Now there was also support personnel that followed each army, but that's really how the ranks were divided, was according to organization. So you had the squad level, you had the 50 level, and then 250 level, and then the whole army itself. So that's how the and both the chariots and the infantry were organized pretty much the same way as far as the military units go. The ranks were only then just what is your status within each, say, martial group. Okay, let's go on to the next question here. Also from AT Ministries here. He goes, who was the charioteer, the driver or the shooter? The driver. Not the shooter. The shooter was not the charioteer. The driver was the charioteer. And it took a lot of skill to be a charioteer. Grand Theft Chariot was not very successful for that reason. Okay. So, there you go.
Oh, yeah. War-trained horse?
Oh, yeah. War-trained horses are difficult to control. Very difficult to control. So, yeah, it took a lot of skill to be a chariot driver. So, charioteers were the drivers. The drivers paid for the chariot. They paid for the chariot. They paid for the armor. They paid for everything. Except for the horse. The horse was supplied by the king. All right. Time to move on here. Next super chat here. Is from Rich Adam for $5. Thank you for the super chat. He says, rereading your book on the Ark. It's my top 5 book on the Exodus themes. Well, thank you. Not many books write about Egyptian culture, and that's because not many authors know about Egyptian culture. And he says, I also wrote an Amazon review. I really appreciate you writing those reviews. Amazon reviews are super helpful. We need more of them. So I do very much appreciate that you wrote an Amazon review. I'm so grateful for that. Thank you so much. Gadfly, Dr. Falk was driving that buggy like it was GTA 6. Yeah. Good times. Okay. But yeah, thank you, Rich Adam, for reading the book and for giving it a review. I so appreciate that, and thank you so very much for the super chat. Okay, next super chat here is from Nora Belrose for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Do you have any thoughts on the Elephantine papyri? Yes, I do. I heard some skeptics using it to argue that the Hebrew Bible was written very late. Yeah, I don't think you can really make that argument. Here's a couple things about the Elephantine papyri. Most of it is in Aramaic. These were the people that escaped the Babylonian exile after the assassination of Gedaliah. Okay, So these were Jewish zealots, if we can call them zealots. But they wanted to overthrow the Babylonian rule. So they thought that knocking off the governor of that was installed by Nebuchadnezzar would be the best way to do this, and it wasn't. So they got chased out. Okay. Some of them ended up at Pelusiac, but a lot of them ended up at Elephantine. And they wrote in mostly Aramaic. There is some Egyptian papyri among those as well, although not so much. But you can't determine the lateness of the biblical text based upon the Elephantine papyri. The Elephantine papyri itself is quite late. Most of it is, I believe, 4th century, 4th or 5th century BC. So it gives you an interesting snapshot of a community in exile, but it's it won't give you much of a perspective into the Hebrew Bible itself. Again, they sort of left with their shirts and not much else. It's unclear if they even had a biblical text with them when they went to Elephantine. Now we know once they got to Elephantine, they constructed a temple to Yahweh because they were trying to at least emulate some of the practices of the Israelites. But one of the interesting things we find about the Elephantine papyri too is how pagan a lot of their worship was at Elephantine. Now, this is what makes this so interesting. Is we're told in the scriptures is that the Israelites were basically moved into exile because of their paganism. Okay, and yet they go to Elephantine, build a temple to Yahweh, and continue much of that same paganism that was described in the biblical texts. I think that's fascinating. I think that's absolutely fascinating. For example, some of those Israelites at Elephantine, they're burning incense to Balat, the female version of Baal, the female consort of Baal. So, it's crazy. It's crazy how they just sort of continued. You know, they didn't learn the lesson. They never went into exile. They resisted Babylonian rule when the prophets told them, you know, hey, don't resist Babylonian rule. This is for your good. So, Common Lurker asks, isn't building a temple outside Jerusalem already a big no-no? Yeah, it's a big no-no. Yeah, it's a big no-no. So this is a community that's already in rebellion. It's already in rebellion. It's rebelling against the prophets. It's rebelling against Babylonian rule. It's continuing the exact same practices that led to the exile to begin with. Merv Monson says, echoing Jeremiah, where they're worshiping the Queen of Heaven too in Elephantine. Well, and the interesting thing is we find this particular thing in 2 passages. In the book of Jeremiah, he talks about this, where they're burning incense to the Queen of Heaven. But we have a actual Elephantine text that talks about them thurifying to Balat. It's crazy. You have a missed question? All right. Okay. I think we're done there. Well, what did we miss?
I don't know if it's how much but it's under the
Another salt question. What time? You have a timestamp?
No.
Okay, let me see if I can find it here. It's a member question, you say?
No, it was FT.
All right. Checking here. Member question.
I know we don't.
Salt question. Yeah, we did, but that was in AT stuff. Member question. I see we missed the trash rat. We missed trash rat's question. It's like, oh, we haven't done trash rats yet. He's next. No, I just don't see.
Before starting, it's like and starting her. Good day, doctor.
Let me check what's up here. No, I am not seeing it.
If you check it in, and you grab it on fan funding instead of live chat. That's what
Okay, let me see where I'm finding. Let me. I am.
Third one. 501 is Oreo and
Count of Marcy's the earliest I have. At 4:50 p.m. What's the? Give me a non-super chat around it. Do you have one?
not found it under
Fan funding. It's fan funding.
in the
Funding.
instead of live chat.
Oh, okay, I see that. All right.
Fan.
Okay.
So mine was the third one.
Oh, I didn't get that. Okay. We're gonna have to do that some other way. Looks like we missed two there. All right, we missed a couple early ones. All right, I'll have to cut and paste those. Let's see. All right, let's do some cutting and pasting here. All right, I have to just do a quick cut and paste here. This will take a moment. But we also don't want to miss these as well. And I see Barrett St. Vaughn was there too. All right. Okay, and I'll take that. This will just take a few minutes, guys. That's what happens when you miss a really early one. Video. Stream 250. Okay. And then I'll get the second one here. Okay. Oh, I didn't even know that was there. Okay, I think we got them. Okay, super chats are saved. All right, let's go to the next super chat then, which is, that's not it. There it is. All right. Member question from Tom Wanchek. Saw scholars say that 1 Corinthians 6:19 can't imply that each individual Christian is a temple of the Spirit, as God can only be in one temple, not many. Thoughts? Faulty reasoning. That's bad reasoning is what that is. The whole idea that God can only be in one place at one time is just flawed reasoning. Okay? Scholars will say all sorts of stupid things because they're scholars. They kind of get wrapped up in their heads, so they just don't seem to understand some things that would be, say, more common sense sometimes. So, I mean, let's see what the Bible says here anyway on 1 Corinthians. 1 Corinthians 6 and 19. Or do you not know that your body is a temple of the Holy Spirit, who is in you, whom you have from God, and that you are not your own? Yeah. This wouldn't preclude the Spirit of God being in one temple. I mean, what is this, localism? The Bronze Age wants its theology back. And the scholar's still thinking in Bronze Age terms. Well, they haven't believed this since the Bronze Age. Jeez. This sort of stupidity only can come out of the mouth of scholars. So, I wouldn't pay too much attention to this. This is the whole idea of localism is that God can only be in one place at a time. God is one of the few beings that can be in many places at once. So, the Spirit is not limited spatially to being in one place at a time. So, yeah, I'm not buying that argument one bit. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you, Tom. Really appreciate it. Sorry about missing it initially, but we did get it. Okay, the next super chat is from Baron St. Vaughn for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. He goes, "Hi, Doc. Your previous video discussed chaos monsters. Do you think they actually exist, or were they just a way for ancients to understand chaos, creation, and chaos in light of their own experiences?" I think a bit of both. I think they anthropomorphized things that really do exist. Here's the thing. If you drive out a chaos monster and it's just a way of understanding, say, analogical language, then how do you have other entities replace them? So, it doesn't make a lot of sense unless there is something actually there to be vanquished and to be replaced. And something doing the replacing. So I think the Chaos Monsters were real entities. But I also think they underwent a transformation through analogical language to relate them in ways that could be understood. So it's one of those things. It's one of those cases where it's a little bit of both. Okay. Yes, I think they actually existed. I also think that they were analogized so that they underwent a sort of a people could understand them as forces of nature as well. So it's again just a bit of both. Patui? Patui says, and then God vanquished the non-existent monster. What power! How amazing!
Speaking of common sense again.
Yeah, speaking of common sense. Oh yeah. Yeah, just yeah, I'm not buying that they didn't exist at all. But I can accept that aspects of them were analogized. Again, to make them relatable and something that ancient people could understand. So it's both. It's essentially both. But I do like Patui's comment here. I think that's nicely put. Very nicely put. All right, next one here. All right. Okay, so that was the lost super chats here. We can probably now go back to. Oops. Stay in studio. Okay. We're going to go back to a couple more of AT's questions here. All right. And the next one here is from... And AT asked the next question here of, how does firing ceramics work? Ooh, I could wax eloquent about this. I won't. Okay? I will not give you the gory details of vitrification. But here's how firing ceramics works, okay? Clay contains a mineral called feldspar, okay? When heated, feldspar liquefies and gets goopy, and attaches to other goopy kernels of feldspar. This creates what's called a vitreous solid. Okay? A glass-like solid. So this is the precursor to making glass. Okay? So the idea is, in clay, that feldspar, fuses to other feldspar to create a solid. And that's how firing ceramics works in a nutshell. Is you have those minerals that become a glass-like substance. Okay? So, and it's also why it's brittle too. Why ceramics break easily is because it forms that glass-like substance when it's fired. So, hope that helps. But that's the 50-cent version of this. But I do appreciate that this was a $2 super chat. And thank you very much for that. Okay, now a different question. How is glass made? Glass is made basically by quartz. You start with quartz, and you add an alkali. And that changes the molecular structure of quartz into a essentially a very slow flowing liquid. Okay. Again, glass is another form of vitrification, which again, vitrification is the process of turning a solid into glass. So glass is like ceramic in that it becomes amorphous chunks that sort of fuse together. But in the case of glass as opposed to ceramic, the element the compound that's used is silicon dioxide. Quartz, essentially. But quartz is found in sand is a crystalline structure. It has well-ordered crystals that make it fragile and not easy to shape with heat. But if you add, say, an alkali and then fire it, and usually use some doping agent as well. And the doping agent not only adds plasticity to the glass, it also gives it color. So a lot of the color you see in glass is from the doping agent. So that doping agent, as I said, makes it more fluid, makes it easier to handle. It also gives it color. But it's essentially the core of glass making is sand, basically straight silicon dioxide sand. That's basically has the crystal structure interrupted by the alkali. And from that, you get glass. And you have to heat it really high to get that. But the invention of glass seems to have come out of the... Coifus, why are they asking him how to make glass? I don't know. People ask me all sorts of crazy stuff. I don't know. People do. People ask me all sorts of things. Okay, but anyway, that's how you make glass. Is you have sand, a doping agent, and an alkali. And once you get that, you heat it up until it all melts together into a goopy mess, and that becomes glass. And as I said, glass is a really slow-flowing liquid. It's solid, but it's really a liquid because it flows. You can see it's actually on stained glass windows, where old mirrors too, where it's thicker on the bottom than the top of, say, the section, and that's because the glass has flowed down over time. So, and this is a super slow process. It takes centuries to observe this. But we have centuries old stained glass. Yeah. Jack Ray. How do you make a gun-type nuclear fission device? I know the answer to this. I'm not gonna say it, but I know the answer to this. I know how to make one. I'm just not gonna answer it. But I actually do know.
We know it's a joke.
We know it's a joke question, which is why we're not answering it. Hey, we figured if you really wanted to know the answer, you would super chatted it. Okay? But we're still not going to answer that one. At least not to make a really functional one. Okay? I could tell you that too, but I'm not going to. All right. So we answered the glass question here. Jack Ray just gifted the channel 20 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you so much, Jack. That was a funny question, by the way. But yes, I do know how to do that. Okay, next question by AT Ministries. Ignatius to the Romans 7 makes it sound like Satan is the prince of the world, leading to the Christus Victor view. Thoughts? Yeah, many people in the early church held the Christus Victor view. That was very common. It was really a common view until, say, Anselm of Canterbury. It's Ansel that really sort of delineates and champions penal substitutionary atonement. So yeah, a lot of early church fathers held to the Christus Victor and ransom theory view. Very common amongst the church fathers. So thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. But there's not much really to say about that. But a lot of, as I said, a lot of early church fathers believe this based upon a misreading of Luke 4, essentially. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one. Okay, so it's 2. Is from M. Sharif for $20. Thank you for that super chat. This is from last week. Where did you read that about 90% of people coming out of near-death experiences has sensations of fire burning? What do you think are the metaphysical implications since you don't interpret hell as literal fire? Thank you. Okay, there's 2 questions there. One I'm going to have to disappoint you on because I had read this so long ago. Like, I read this like 30 years ago, so I can't really get you the source. And unfortunately, you read enough over a long enough period of time, you're going to forget some sources eventually. And especially if it's not really a source that's critical for your research, you tend to not write about those, so you don't keep them. This is one of the advantages of writing a dissertation on something, is you can forget a source, and you have to go back to your dissertation to look up the source. This is why a dissertation that's well done ends up being a toolkit for a lifetime, is because a lot of what you end up doing will be going back and reusing those sources. Like, there was a source that I had to look up that I happened to use not in my dissertation, but in my dissertation proposal. But I needed it for my chapter on Moses. So I had to go back to that proposal and look up what that source was, because I couldn't remember where it was from. So that's just one of the occupational hazards of reading widely, is you're not going to remember everything you read from. So, I mean, you get guys who don't read very much, and they can remember all the sources they ever read. It's like 5. But a guy like me, who reads so much, I can't remember them all. I just can't. I mean, I'm going to read it out loud. Mama says, you don't remember this, but you do remember how to make a nuclear fission gun? Just saying. You remember that which sticks out. What can I say? Actually, I attended a seminar on how to do this. That's why I remember it. When I was in college, here's another piece of Dr. Folklore. We've had undergrad. Yeah, undergrad. How do I say this? Yeah, we've had a lot of Dr. Folklore tonight, haven't we? The mummified fish, the burning dad's lawn.
You never told me.
No, I never told you about the mummified goldfish. When I was in undergrad college, undergrad at the University of British Columbia, even though I was a member of the Faculty of Arts, I was also a member of the Physics Society. Just because I liked physics and physicists were cool. All right, and they had a great lounge that I could sleep on when I got there really super early. But one year, the Physics Society had a course on how to make nuclear weapons. Okay? And it was basically a course to teach you how nuclear weapons were made, how to build and design a nuclear reactor, was so totally cool. It was like one of the best 4 hours I ever spent. So that's how I learned how to make a nuclear fission gun. Okay? It's not really a fission gun. It's a gun-style nuclear fission device. But Mama goes, tell us a story, Uncle Dave portion. Boy, I have had some weird life experiences. Danny Dement, did somebody say nuclear weaponry? Mama goes, everyone, bulk fish and smash the like button. But yeah, we in that seminar, we were taught from the physicists, how to make a nuclear reactor, not a big one, small one, and how to do a fission device. That's what we were taught. And it was a 4-hour seminar. I don't know. Oh, were we? I don't remember. Oh, you mean MacGyver? MacGyver. MacGyver was it was a MacGyver moment. Okay. So back to M. Sharif's question here. So I don't remember where I read that. Again, it was too long ago for me to do it. So as far as the metaphysical implications, I don't think you really die when you're doing an NDE, so I don't think there are metaphysical implications. So, I mean, the fact that I don't interpret the hell as literal fire doesn't really play into this, because I don't think NDEs are really death. So, Catfly, Mondays, Ancient Egypt in the Bible video, how to make nukes. That would probably get me banned on YouTube. Just saying. At least the part that makes them work. Yeah, no MacGyver moments here. Okay, next one here. Yeah, so essentially, story about the fact I can't remember where I read it, but I don't think it has any implications for the afterlife as far as what it's really like. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is from Mr. Trash Rat for $5. Thank you so much for the super chat. And he goes, I am struggling to understand 1 Corinthians 11, 2-16. If it is not too much to ask, may you provide some commentary on head coverings? Does this apply today? Okay. 1 Corinthians 11, verses 2-16. Now, this is a very long passage, so we're not going to read it all. Okay. But what it's talking about here is how head covering work within a particular contextualized situation. Okay. So, verse 4 here. For every man who has something on his head while praying or prophesying disgraces his head. But every woman who has her head uncovered while praying or prophesying disgraces her head. For she is one and the same, whose head is shaved. Okay. Now, one of the things we need to understand is what it's talking about here. It doesn't say scarves. It's not talking about scarves. It's talking about prayer shawls. This is talking about prayer shawls. You don't see these used much anymore unless you're like in, say, the Messianic Jewish community, or are aware of, say, what the practice of Orthodox Jews were.
That
Yes, yes, it did. But that's an Eastern. Yeah, that's not what's being talked about here. Okay. Yes, there are say say Eastern Orthodox often will wear uh women will wear veils, or not veils, but head coverings. Okay, that's very common in say Eastern churches, and some of that is an interpretation of 1 Corinthians 11 here. But um, what the passage is really talking about here is head coverings while praying or prophesying. That's a head shawl. Okay. Now, the way head shawls worked in, say, Jewish circles was in the 1st century, only women wore these. Okay. But it was seen as such a pious act, men started doing it. This is why when you go to, say, a Orthodox synagogue today, the men will wear the shawls over their head. And you see this. You'll see this in Messianic Jewish services, where they will put the men will wear a shawl over their head. So that's what this is talking about here. This is not talking about a veil. It's not talking about a burqa. It's not talking about a niqab. It's not even talking about, say, an Eastern Orthodox veil or a nun's habit or anything like that. This is a prayer shawl. So that's what this is talking about here. It's a small cloth that goes over the head while you pray or while you prophesy. And then when you're done, you take it off and hang it around your shoulders as you go on. So does this apply today? Well, in the respect, Scott Worthen. Scott Worthen says, "Whoa, are you saying that the kippah was something that men took from womenfolk in the late 1st century CE?" No, this is not the kippah. This is not the kippah. This is the prayer shawl. It's the tzitzit. The tzitzit. Okay, this is not the kippah, the small thing that you wear on your head like that. No, it's not that. This is the prayer shawl. This goes over top of that. So, it's not that. Not the kippah. But it is so what this is talking about is a prayer shawl, and it's a sign of being in subjection to God. That's what it's symbolizing here in the text. So it's basically in those sorts of, say, arenas, especially in the 1st century, to show their submission to God, women wore the prayer shawl and men didn't. Okay? But this is a cultural way of doing it. So we have to be careful that we don't sort of mix up the cultural expression of this with the principle of it. Okay? The principle is that men and women are supposed to be humble before God. Men are supposed to be humble before God. Women are supposed to be humble before their husband. Okay? Not humiliated, humble. There's a difference. People who are humble have power, but don't use it. Okay? So this is not humiliated, this is humbled. And men are to be humbled before God, too. So this is not a sexist thing. So this is one of those things that the cultural expression of this is the veil, is the prayer shawl. That's the cultural expression. So we have to be careful here to keep the principle that's being taught while making the expression of it appropriate for our context. And in our context, this is just dressing modestly. That's all that this is. Okay, so does the principle apply today? Yes. Does the cultural expression of it apply today? No. So this is one of those things where we have to be able to differentiate the cultural expression versus the principle, the underlying principle. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. But yeah, it's talking about prayer shawls. And you can buy these prayer shawls, by the way, on Amazon. I think they sell them. So if you want to pray with a prayer shawl, yeah, go for it. Don't take it over the top though. I knew this guy. I knew this guy at a Messianic congregation. Dude was actually a Gentile. Okay. But he had the seat, he had the locks down the side, he had this massive prayer shawl, he had wraps around his waist, he had a shofar hanging from his neck. It was like, dude, you're not Jewish. It's like, his wife was dressed the same way. His wife was dressed exactly the same way. It was like nuts. It's like, dude, you're not Jewish. Why are you doing all this? Shofar, good grief. Yeah, he had a shofar on a leather strap that he hung around his neck. It did kind of scream cosplay, didn't it? Jack Ray, pretty fly for a rabbi. Mama goes, what does he do? Blow it when his kids are being nutty? Well, they would occasionally let him. You're supposed to begin a Jewish service with the blowing of a shofar, and occasionally they let him do it when no one else wanted to do it, because frankly, it's kind of a pain in the butt to blow a shofar. So they're not exactly the easiest instruments to use. He was just like, yeah, they were gonna rank up there with a didgeridoo. It's just like, whatever. Shofar will travel. You can only travel shofar. Ooh. Ooh. Mom asks, the shofar is a call to repentance, right? No, it's just called order. It's just a call to order. That's it. Shofar, show good. Oh, we can go. Now we're doing the shofar puns. Mama goes, I remember watching an NAR guy blowing one, and it did. Yeah. I've seen people try to blow one and nothing came out too.
You get this.
Yeah.
I tried blowing one once and it was a.
Yeah. Yeah, it just. Mama goes, I got third-hand embarrassment. Oh yeah, there's. Yeah. You do get these Gentiles who do this Jewish cosplay, and it's just like, dude, it's just don't. You mean the Otho Bros? Yeah, you get those too. Jack Ray goes, AP used to mess with a shofar on live stream. He couldn't do it. It was funny. Well, doing it right takes practice. And you got the big ones. The big shofar. You can get good sound out of those if you practice it, and it takes a good lung strength to do it. But he had one of the little ones. This guy had one of the little ones. And it kind of comes out squeaky if you don't do it right. Like a car tire deflating.
Kind of a black.
Yeah, kind of a blat. Gabe Reagan asks, can you explain Messianic Judaism to someone who has only recently heard of them? Okay, it's a big, wide movement, but it's simply this. Cultural Jews who recognize Jesus as their Messiah. That's what it is. It's basically Jews who have come to Jesus. That's what Messianic Judaism is in a nutshell. They're still retaining the culture of Judaism, but they have accepted Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior. Okay? Now, under that veil, there's a huge, wide swath of people. Some Messianic Jews are no different than evangelical Christians. Other are hardcore Judaizing legalists. And you don't always know what you're going to get until you know how the particular congregation works.
But it's a great place.
Oh, it is a great place to practice your Hebrew, yeah. It's even a good place to stun people by reading Hebrew. Yeah, I worked for a Messianic Jewish congregation for 18 months, a year and a half. So I got to know them really well.
I don't think is evil. No, they're Christian. They're
Danny Dement says, sadly, there are a lot of Christians who claim Messianic Judaism is evil. A lot of them are cessationists. Or not cessationists. What's it called now? Super successionism or something like that. They're basically a lot of the people who think that Messianic Judaism is evil are those who basically hold that the church now has all the promises of that were given to the patriarchs. Okay? So the land, posterity, and the relationship with God. So, but that's why a lot of them claim they are evil. It's really kind of supersessionism, yeah. That's what it was. But supersessionists do not like Messianic Jews, because it like flies in the face of their theology. So you get a lot of supersessionist Anglicans that really dislike Messianic Jews. Because, look, if the church gets all the promises now, and you get these Messianic Jews coming back who are part of the original tree, they're entitled to promises too. So, yeah, it throws a spanner in supersessionist theology, which is why I don't believe in supersessionism. Okay, let's move on here. So we've covered that. Next one here is from Nora Belrose for $10. Thank you for the super chat. She goes, do you have any thoughts on Yonatan Adler's thesis that almost no one was actually practicing Judaism until the Hasmonean period? Is his archaeology valid? Is he misinterpreting the data? I think he's doing a little both. Okay. It's going to depend upon what he means exactly by Judaism. Okay. I don't actually even like talking about Judaism until the Christian era. I prefer referring to it as Israelite religion. Israelite religion isn't Judaism. It's pre-Judaism. Okay? So in that respect, he's correct that nobody really was practicing Judaism, because Judaism is what happened to Israelite religion when it no longer had a temple and the ability to practice the ritual law. So without being able to practice the ritual law, which you can't do without a temple or tabernacle, you need a temple or a tabernacle, You can't have a tabernacle anymore because you don't have the temple, because you have the temple now. Without a temple, you can't practice Israelite religion. So, a lot of Israelite religion had to transform itself into Judaism to accommodate that they didn't have a temple anymore. So, in that respect, he's correct. Now, if he's saying that no one actually practiced Israelite religion until the Hasmonean period, then he's wrong. Because we got lots of evidence to show that they practiced Israelite religion. It's just more a matter of then how is he defining his terms? Is he and how's he defining Judaism and Israelite religion? So, and then how is he applying the data once he's defined those terms properly? So that's my thoughts on this. I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And then we got another one here from Mr. Trashrat for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Is Ephesians 5:22-25 an egalitarian or complementarian view? Also, does husbands being head of the wife imply boss-employee relationship or what? Do provide commentary on this passion. Love you, Doctor.
Yeah, try Beaner.
Yeah, that's there might be a boss-employee relationship, but it's not the husband who's the boss. All right, let's go to Ephesians. Let's talk about Ephesians. Ephesians 5. Now, the problem when you start getting into this, whether it comes down to a complementarian or egalitarian view on these things, is for every sort of passage that you can say is one, there's another passage out there that says the opposite. So, I think it's really hard to come down on one passage and say, oh, this is showing a definitely egalitarian view or a complementarian view. I think that's sort of basically a superimposing interpretation on the text. Okay, so let's start here with we'll start here with verse 22. Wives, be subject to your own husbands, as to the Lord. For the husband is head of the wife, as Christ also is head of the church. He himself being the Savior of the body. But as the church is subject to Christ, so also the wives ought to be to their husbands in everything. Okay. Husbands, love your wives, just as Christ also loved the church and gave himself for her, that he might sanctify her, having cleansed her by the washing of water with the word, that he may not present himself to the church, or that he might present himself to the church in all her glory, having no spot, wrinkle, or any such thing, but that she should be holy or blameless. So husbands ought to also love their own wives as their own bodies. He who loves his own wife loves himself. For no one ever hated his own flesh, but nourishes and cherishes it, just as Christ also does to the church, because we are members of his body. Here's the thing. In this whole pericope, you can't just stop at verse 25. You got to go right to 30. And 30 is going to say we're all members of the body. It takes the one and says husbands are being the head of the wife, and husbands are to love the wife. Okay? So, and it's all going to come back to we're all members of the body. So there's order in the body, but each of us is part of the body. Now, you could say that's complementarian, or you could say that's egalitarian. Either view will work here. If you take the complementarian view, you can say, okay, each part has its function, and that function works the way it does work. Okay, that's a complementarian view. You can also make this interpret this in an egalitarian way by saying, "Oh, well, yeah, each thing has its function, but all are equal as members of the body." It can work both ways. And I think that's a real issue here when we get to these egalitarian and complementarian type passages, is either interpretation will work here. So I don't think I can answer this question, because it's going to come down to ultimately how are you interpreting the text and where is your emphasis in the text. So wherever your emphasis is in the text is what you'll come out with as far as whether the text is egalitarian or complementarian. And as I said, both views work. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, I'll take some more AT questions here. All right, next one from AT Ministries is for $2. Thank you for the super chat, AT. Ezekiel 16:3. Who is the Hittites? Sarai? Let's talk about this. Ezekiel. This passage gets a lot of people upset. People who prioritize the Table of Nations stuff and don't understand that the Table of Nations in Genesis 10 is ethnography, they don't like this passage. They don't like this one bit. All right. In Ezekiel 16, verse 3, and say, "Thus says the Lord God to Jerusalem, your origin and your birth are from the land of the Canaanite. Your father was an Amorite and your mother a Hittite." Okay. Who was the Hittite? Sarai? In a sense, yes. In a sense, no. Okay. It's basically the men who are coming from Urkesh. They're the Amorites. Okay. So Terah, Nahor, Abram, they're the men coming from Urkesh. They're Amorites. They stay in Haran for a while. They marry local women. They're not bringing their own women with them. Okay, they might have some women with them, but they're having children. They're integrating with the local population at Haran. So, that area during the time of Abraham was Hittite territory. Essentially, that part of Syria was part of the Hittite Empire. So, the women came from the Hittites. So that's where the Hittites are sort of integrating here. They're not part of that clan group that came from Urkesh. They're part of the intermarriage between the Amorites from Urkesh and the Hittites that were local in Syria. Okay? So that's where the Hittite comes from. And Sarai is a product of that interbreeding. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But yeah, I know a lot of people who get really upset with this passage. Really upset. Because they refuse to believe that an Amorite, those godless Amorites, could have been the... could have produced Abraham. I mean, I got one guy on one of my shorts when I did this passage, and he goes, Abraham is not an Amorite. He's a Semite. Well, yes, Amorites are Semites too. They'll get really, really twisted up in a knot over this. So, okay, let's move on to the next one here. Next super chat here from AT Ministries is for $5. Thank you for the super chat. He goes, would you say the books we write count as worship to God, or would it simply be honoring God? You can do it either way. um, some writing can be an act of worship, just like some research can be an act of worship, or your homework can be an act of worship. Or you could do it just to honor God. It could be both. And of course, if you do it as an act of worship, it's also honoring God. So, if you do it as a worship to God, it's worship and honoring. Whereas if you're just honoring God, that's okay too. There's nothing wrong with being either one. But there's no sort of line in the sand that says, well, when you write a book, it's this or that. So you have to kind of do that for yourself and decide how it's going to work for you and your particular method of writing. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. He asked the question, next question is, what was the size of the wall Nehemiah repaired? Well, this was supposed to be the, basically the fortifications around Jerusalem itself. So the wall at Jerusalem had been broken, and had been broken down since the time of the Babylonians. And a lot of that was just to keep, to be able to basically ransack Jerusalem should they ever fall out of line. Okay? So the Babylonians kept it out of repair for that reason, that Jerusalem couldn't defend itself from the Babylonians. Now, this had this problem when the Judahites returned to Jerusalem, that Jerusalem's neighbors, the Arameans, Moabites, etc., were taking advantage of this to basically keep Jerusalem weak, so it couldn't build a temple or anything like that. So it was basically the outer defensive wall. How high it was, what size it was, I can't say. I don't think there's any. We don't have a lot of firm data on that, but I'm not exactly sure what data exists for that either. So that's about the best I can do for that. Hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Okay, next one here is from James Murray Walsh. Thank you very much for that $5 super chat. We really appreciate it. He says, I sent my paper about your contributions to Egyptology and ancient Near Eastern studies on the Discord. Well, thank you very much. I haven't read it yet. I just saw it. You put it in the Discord just like moments before we had to go on live stream. So haven't had a chance to read it, but really appreciate it. And thank you very much for, being interested enough in my work that you wrote a paper about it. Really appreciate that. So thank you so very much, and I look forward to reading it. The next one here is from Nora Belrose for $10. Thank you so much for the super chat. What is your current view on the large numbers in Exodus and Numbers? It seems like the clan view can't explain numbers. It seems to me that almost all the numbers in Numbers are divisible by 10. Well, they are divisible by 10, but there's more going on than that. The clan view can explain it, but the way it explains it is it talks about, say, the thousands, the 50s, and the tens. Or was it the thousands, the hundreds, and the 50s, I think. And the way the clan view would explain that is it would talk about it in terms of, say, your thousands, that's your clan, that's your Aleph. Okay, that's your major clan. Okay, and then you have what's called clades, and that would be your 50s. Clade would be your 50s, and then your basically unattached family units, that would be your 10s. Okay, and those 10s, those would be the ones that get integrated after. Okay, so because the problem is going to be when you start adding all that up, it doesn't look quite right. Particularly when you start getting into the how many firstborns are produced, because it's very clear that the math doesn't work once you take into account the number of firstborns that are produced in the Book of Numbers. Numbers 3, I think it is. So, so my current view is that it's still clans, but it's clans, clades, and families. Okay, unattached families. So that's how I would basically portion it out. Now we have to understand that there are at least nine different interpretations of those census numbers. 9 different interpretations. So everybody and their dog has a different view on this. Okay, so and the dog's always right. but we're not sure which one is exactly is right. As I said, 9 interpretations. I did an entire video, I think it was a Mr. EC show, on this particular subject. And again, 9 different interpretations. That's a lot of different interpretations for just the numbers here. So, but I still hold to the clan view because I think it's the one that's most cohesive here. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. M. Sharif asked for $5. Thank you. The super chat. What did the snake symbolize in ancient Egypt? What are implications for understanding Exodus 7, 8-13? The snake, particularly the cobra, Egypt had a very interesting relationship with the cobra, with the Egyptian cobra, because the Egyptian cobra, while it could kill you, it killed more rats. They saw it as rat control. So, and that's basically what the Egyptian cobra eats, is rats. They like rats. Rats are yummy for them. So they're really interested in that more than they're interested in killing people. So, for them, the snake was a protective symbol. Okay? They knew the venom could produce a burning sensation, and they used rats, or they saw snakes as a way to get rid of a rodent problem. Now, that became symbolic then of, say, driving out impurity from sacred space. So the snake often, especially the Uraeus cobra, symbolized the driving out of ritual impurity from sacred space, which is why you find it on all sorts of things like boxes and friezes and tombs and temples. It's everywhere in Egypt. Okay, ancient Egypt used this on canopic chests and coffins and you name it, because it was believed that the snake could drive out anything that was impure. So, now, Exodus 7, 8-13. So then when we get to Exodus, verse 7, verses 8-13. Now the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, when Pharaoh speaks to you, work a miracle. Then you shall say to Aaron, take your staff and throw it down before Pharaoh, that it may become a serpent. Okay, now here's a very interesting word. That word for serpent here is tanim. It's not a snake necessarily, but we'll get into what that means in a moment. So Moses came to Pharaoh, and thus they did just as the Lord had commanded. And Aaron threw his staff down before Pharaoh and his servants, and it became a serpent. Okay, again, tanim. Then Pharaoh called for the wise men and the sorcerers, and they also, the magicians of Egypt, did the same with their sacred arts. And each one threw down his staff, and they turned it into serpents. But Aaron's staff was swallowed up their staffs. All right, so now that implication of snakes symbolizing the driving out of ritual impurity in Egypt, um, might have some merit here in the text of Exodus 7, but we also have to look at too that whole idea of what is the serpent here. Tanim it can be a lizard, it could be a dragon, it could be a snake. It's a term that's used for basically any sort of large reptile. Now, what I think it was a Nile monitor. That's what I think it was. There's a reason why I think it was a Nile monitor. The fact is that when Moses' Aaron's staff swallows up the other staffs, does so quickly. Snakes don't eat other snakes fast. If you ever see a snake eat, snakes eat real slow. Yeah. There's going to be some nightmares tonight, right? Basically, a snake has to unhinge its jaw and slowly force the food down. This is clearly these other staffs are being swallowed quickly. A snake can't do that. So, but a Nile monitor can. A Nile monitor eats snakes. And it just gulps them. So, speaking of nightmares, yeah. Yeah. Yep. Well, it doesn't have to. Well, the fact is that it's the staff that's being turned into the serpent. Now, we're not told how it turns into a serpent. So just because it turns into a serpent doesn't mean it was turned directly into a rod-like thing. So, but yeah, I think the Nile monitor is probably the best. Yeah, they have a very greedy appetite. And they're unruly. Really unruly animals. They have an attitude. Yeah. Bird Monson said, I thought snakes were speed eaters based on the 1997 creature flick Anaconda. Oh no. They are not speed eaters. They're really slow. So, okay, so, but yeah, snakes are not fast. And that's one of the problems with the text. If you interpret that serpent as snake, is you've got to deal with the fact that snakes take their time to eat. Whereas, as I said, a Nile monitor will just gulp things down. Okay. Next one here. On that happy thought, the next super chat here is from next one. I'm gonna switch to this view here. It's probably faster now. Okay. For Micah Schwartz, or Micah Watts, sorry. Micah Watts, for $9.99. Thank you for the super chat. What are your thoughts on binding and loosing in Matthew 16:19? Church authority, demons, both, etc. Okay, let's take a look at that. So Matthew here. 19 or 16. Verse 19. All right, so this is part of the Peter is a rock thing. And I also say to you, I'll start at verse 18. I also say to you that you are Petros, Peter, an itty bitty rock. That's what Petros means, is a small rock. And upon this Petra, big rock, I will build my church, and the gates of Hades shall not overcome it. I will give you the keys of the kingdom of heaven, and whatever you shall bind on earth shall be bound in heaven, and whatever you shall loose on earth shall be loose in heaven. Okay. Now, what does this mean as far as church authority, demons, both, etc.? Okay. It's a little bit of everything here. Okay. So essentially, it's one of those things where, the keys of heaven, it's access to heaven. Okay? So basically, whatever you give access to heaven on earth shall be then given to access to heaven above. Okay? So it's basically you're opening the gospel to people at this point. Okay? So as you open the church, as you open the gospel, as you basically present Jesus Christ to the world, you are binding and loosing. Okay? So that's what Christ is driving at here. This is an action where if you preach the gospel, the keys open things. You don't preach the gospel, you close the door. That's what it means. Okay? So, you bind it on earth, it's going to be bound in heaven. Because you're denying access. You open it on earth, you open it in heaven. Because you're granting access. Now, what was the proper use of this? Okay? Well, because, this is not an arbitrary thing. This is not an arbitrary thing. We would, like, for example, there was one village where the message of Christ was not accepted. And Christ said, dust off your shoes and go on to the next town. Dust the dirt off your sandals and move to the next town. That's an example of binding. Okay? The disciples go, they preach the message, but they're basically kicked out of town. They're kicked out of town. There's a mob probably waiting for them. Okay, you don't have to open the gospel to them because they've rejected it. So that's binding. Whereas someone, and you enter a town, they invite you to preach and teach and share the gospel and all that. That is loosing. That's opening it up. So that's what's going on here. Jeez. Mama said, Doc, I've never heard this interpretation, but it makes so much more sense than the charismatic stuff I was hearing 25 years ago. A lot of these interpretations are such common sense that we somehow lose them in sort of the theological muck of our traditions. I'm not anti-tradition. Just a second here. All right, back. Okay, back here. Yeah, so we do tend to lose a lot of the common sense interpretations in our traditions. So, okay. back on screen here. So, now, charismatics have their way of interpreting this. Catholics also have their way of interpreting this. Basically, how Catholics will view this as, for example, they view the keys as the keys to the Thesaure Ecclesiae, the storehouse of good works. Basically, there's a surplus of good works in heaven that the keys of that the Pope has can open it and close it and open the supply of good works. Okay? So Catholics have their ways of interpreting this. There are other people that have other ways of interpreting this too. But there's a common sense way to interpret this that doesn't have the sort of the baggage, the interpretive baggage that some of the denominational views do have on this. So, yeah. I'm not surprised you haven't heard it, because a lot of common sense interpretations just sort of slip under the radar. Yeah, don't get me started on the Book of Revelation. I got a lot of stuff to say about common sense interpretation of the Book of Revelation too. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat on this. But that's my thought here on what the binding and loosing is. So thank you, Micah. Covenant God, we answered this question early in the live stream, but just for your future reference, if you repeat a question more than once, it does get banned for the night. So if we hadn't already answered this, we would have banned it. Okay? But we did answer it earlier on. All right, next one here is from Rich Adam. For $10. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. He says, forgot to ask, what was the historical cultural background of the tabernacle? Was it based off of military tents, but also God's sacred space? It was actually based upon Egyptian religious tents. Okay? Now, the tabernacle, as you know, is a tent. It's a tent, and inside the tent is a sacred piece of furniture. A box. Okay? Or a shrine of some kind. Usually, I mean, it could be a shrine holding a deity. It could be a shrine with a reliquary of some kind. It could even be a votive statue inside of a shrine cabinet. Okay? Egyptians had a lot of these. Now, a lot of people go look at, say, the military tents of Ramses II and go, oh, that must be the source of the tabernacle. But the whole idea of these tents goes way, way back, long before Ramses II. We see examples of this in the Old Kingdom. There's a nice little piece of archaeology that was done by, of all things, a BYU scholar. He did an excavation of a small queen's pyramid, and he found steps leading up to a platform, and in the platform are 4 peg holes, but the peg holes are really, really close together. So they're holes for a pole, and the poles are like really close together, like 4 feet. Okay, so it's a really small tent, And he asked the question at one of at this conference. What can this be? It seems too small for someone to sit there and just bask in it. And I said, and it's like, you wouldn't do that in front of a pyramid anyway. I told him it's a tabernacle type shrine. I said, the tent's on the outside, the sacred furniture's on the inside, the shrine cabinet's on the inside. It would have been like a votive statue to like a Ka statue or something like that. Something where the deceased is basically fed and provided with food offerings through the statuary. But, this was the common way that these sort of shrines were designed. A piece of furniture in the center with a statue in it of some kind, and then a tent on the outside. And we see this, as I said, going all the way back to the Old Kingdom. But it was a way of delineating sacred space. So yeah, God's sacred space is part of that rubric. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, next one here is from Nora Belrose. $5. Thank you for the super chat. Yes. Do you think Isaiah wrote all the book of Isaiah, or do you believe in 2nd, 3rd Isaiah? Okay, I take the what's called the mere view of Isaiah, where Isaiah 1 leads up to a central point, and then Isaiah 2 goes the opposite direction from that central point. And there's an inflection point in the text. So I don't believe that the book of Isaiah, that there's a 2nd, 3rd Isaiah, 4th, written by different authors. And right now this is getting to, I think they're up to like 6 Isaiahs at this point. Some critical scholars are now calling this like the school of Isaiah, because they've lost count of how many Isaiahs they're finding in the text. So now the question is Isaiah an earlier or late book? It's just still 3. It's still 3. I've heard of one guy propose 6 Isaiahs, a 6th Isaiah. It's like, what? It's kind of like the redactor thing, How many redactors are there? 4, 5, 18, 20? Redactor D4, D8. It was like, Aries Dea official asks, does the singular Isaiah of the Dead Sea Scrolls support the unity of Isaiah? It does, and part of it is because that the Great Isaiah Scroll has that same inflection point that has been theorized for generations now. So we do see that inflection point was actually part of the original text. So yeah, absolutely. Singular Isaiah is supported by that. So now the question of, is Isaiah an early or late writing based upon recollection and memory is hard to say. But I tend to still hold to the idea of a single Isaiah authorship, single authorship of Isaiah, at least at this point in time. So hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, next one here. We'll take a couple more. Mermonson says, I think there was some rabbi in the Middle Ages who first proposed to Isaiah writers. I think it was Ramban who first proposed it. But it's been trot out several times. The guy who did the Isaiah commentary in the Word commentary series, he also proposed it as well. And the Dead Sea Scroll does, the Great Isaiah Scroll does seem to confirm that inflection point. So, yeah, exactly where he proposed it was going to be. So, okay, next one here we will take is from AT Ministries. And he asks for $5. Thank you for the super chat. How do we reconcile James 4:11-12 with passages about segregating from believers in unrepentant sin? 1 Corinthians 5:9-11. or does it mean in a different sense? Okay, let's talk about this. Let's talk about, we'll start with the 1 Corinthians passage here. Okay, 1 Corinthians 5, verses 9 to 11. I wrote to you in my letter to not associate with immoral people. Okay. This is pornos. Essentially, basically, fornicators. And he goes on verse 10 here. I did not mean at all with the immoral people of this world, or with the covetous and swindlers, or with the idolaters, for then you would have to go out of the world. So basically, yeah, you can't escape these people because they're everywhere. Okay? But actually, I wrote to you to not associate with any so-called brother, if he should be an immoral person, or a covetousness, or an idolater, or a reviler, or a drunkard, or a swindler, do not even to eat with such a one. Okay. Now, he's talking inside the church. Okay. These are people supposedly inside the church who are behaving badly. The wolves in the sheep pen. Okay? So, he's basically saying, if some brother claims to be a Christian and they are living in unrepentant sin, and that's the key point here, is unrepentant sin, you're not supposed to associate with them. Okay, so then let's look at James 4 now. James 4, 11 to 12. All right, we'll start from verse 10. Humble yourselves in the presence of the Lord, and he will exalt you. Do not speak against one another, brethren. He who speaks against a brother or judges his brother speaks against the law and judges the law. But if you judge the law, you are not a doer of the law, but a judge of it. There is only one lawgiver and judge, the one who is able to save and to destroy. But who are you to judge your neighbor? Okay. This whole question here in James chapter 4 is going to come down to speaking against one another in sort of the context of, say, good faith. I'll say association. Okay. Basically, I mean, we're all broken pots. Okay. We're all broken. As it is that we're all broken, we're all in need of a savior. We're all sinners that are saved by grace, and we all have some sin in our life. That's just being in this world. Okay? But we're not supposed to glory in that sin. So how we reconcile James 4 is that, somebody who's trying to get their act together and who's repenting of their sins are not to be judged in accordance, are not to be judged under the full weight of the law. Okay? That's not your prerogative. That's not what you're supposed to do. It's a terrible thing to do that. Okay? So James is basically saying, yeah, if you're doing this, you're acting like an unrighteous judge. You're judging the letter of the law, not the spirit of the law. Because you're not a doer of the law, but a judge of it. So that's a very different sort of circumstance here than what's going on in 1 Corinthians 5, where these people are just, man, they're they claim they're Christians, but they're acting in outrageous ways and are reveling in it. Okay? So that's not judging with the full weight of the law. That's just saying, okay, yeah, you don't want anything to do with hypocrites. People who claim to walk after Christ and then do something else. Don't, you know, if you talk the talk, do the walk. If you talk the talk that you're in Christ, you should be walking in the light as he is in the light. And if you're not walking in the light, then the light is not found in you. So that's sort of what's going on here, is that the 1 Corinthians 5 passage is talking about those who are no longer walking in the light. They're claiming Christ, they're pretending to be Christians, but they're living in sin. And they revel in that sin. James 4 is talking about those who are, don't bring up the full weight of the law against somebody who is repentant. Because then you are a judge of the law and not a doer of it. So, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Next one here is from AT Ministries, and he asks, one of 3 questions here. Have you watched House of David? No, I have not watched it. Does that affect the other 2 questions? Next question. It feels the way they're portraying the kingship and loyalty to Saul's house fits more of a European king's noble context than an ancient Near East Israelite context. That could be, a lot of interpretation of, say, David and Saul has been through European eyes. So, yeah, that wouldn't surprise me one bit. And then the third question here is, people were always willing to disobey, revolt, hold the king accountable. They come across as untouchable. Yeah, those kings of the ancient Near East were not so untouchable. Yeah. If that's how the House of David is portraying this, yeah, I don't think that's probably not exactly correct. But again, I haven't watched it, so I can't really say. But thank you very much for those super chats. We really appreciate it, and I hope that helped. All right, next one here is from BuzzFeed for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Why does Genesis 14 call Tidal King of Nations? All right, let's go to Genesis 14. And we will explain it. Okay. Now, it's 14 verse 1. And it came about in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elasar, Kedar Laomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of Goyim. All right. Now, we are not exactly that king of nations. I think might be problematic in that I don't think that nations may be the best sort of translation there. Now, it is true that a goy is somebody from outside of Israel, a non-Israelite. Goyim is the plural of a nation. Okay, so Goyim can translate into nations, but I think there might be a better way to translate that as one of the city-states of, say, Mesopotamia. Exactly which one I wouldn't know off the top of my head, but I think there have been some proposed candidates for this, but I don't happen to know off the top of my head what those are. So I don't think its meaning here is supposed to be King of Nations, especially given the context that we find with the other 3 kings. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay. Next one here is from PA888 for $20. Thank you for the super chat. I would like to sponsor a question. You pick. Do we have a pick?
I wanted Christian now building a that's it. I think God's always thought this nation felt too close.
Okay, what was that? 1008. Okay, from Christian Malice. This will be our sponsored question. Thank you, PA888. And it says, if building a temple outside Jerusalem was taboo, why didn't God say anything until the time of Josiah? I always thought this explanation felt too post hoc for cult centralization. Here's the thing is that the selection of the sacred site was prescriptive. Now, what we mean by that is that you're prescribed something, and in, say, cultic language, you're not allowed to go outside of it. So, you're only allowed to do what you're told to do. Like, for example, you're in the case of, say, carrying the Ark of the Covenant. You're not allowed to put it on an ox cart. It has to be carried by the poles. Okay? You're not told you can't put it on an ox cart. You are told you have to carry it by the poles. So it's not what we would call this, say, legislation by explicit writ, as opposed to, say, permissive legislation. Like in Scotland, they have permissive legislation. If it's not illegal, you can do it. It's sort of not the case when it comes to ritual law. When it comes to ritual law, you can only do what you're told to do. Okay? So, even though there's no text that says you cannot put the Ark of the Covenant on an ox cart, you can't put an Ark of the Covenant on the ox cart because you were told to carry it by the poles. And only Levites could do it. So it's one of those cases where if you're not explicitly told something, you can't do it. So when they're told that they will build a temple at a place where God tells them, once God tells them the place, they can't build anywhere else. Because it's just, at that point, forbidden. This is why you had the problem with the high places. And because high places were just one of those areas where you had aberrant Yahweh worship. Here's the thing that people don't understand, say, about the high places. High places were not places where idolatry was practiced. Okay? It's not a place where they were worshiping Baal. Because Baal worship was illegal already. Now, they did it anyway, but what the high places were aberrant Yahweh worship. Essentially, that worship of Yahweh outside of the prescribed place. Because it wasn't prescribed that they could do high places. There would have to be sort of legislation, basically a command from God saying, yeah, you can worship in the high places. If you worship me my way, you can do it in the high places. There would not be an issue here. But because it's not explicitly stated, it is at that point considered taboo ritually. Now, civil law often operated differently. So, huh? You pronounce it as ball? Yeah, you can. You can pronounce it as ball, baal. Doesn't matter. I mean, we're using it in English. I mean, I could keep putting the glottal stop in there, but baal is probably technically correct. But I don't always put the glottal stop in there. I don't see. I mean, we're basically talking in English here. So in English, it's pronounced ball. In Hebrew, it's pronounced baal. Doesn't matter. It makes no difference, really. Okay. So anyway, where was that question again? Was that 10? 10:08? Was it 10:08? Okay. So, so it's not that this is ad hoc. It's that it's not enforced, basically, until Josiah. They got away with a lot of the high places. Like, if we look at, say, high places. Okay. Now, we already see in Leviticus 26:30, I will then destroy your high places and cut down your incense altars and heap your remains on the remains of your idols. So already in Leviticus, high places are verboten. Okay, they're already verboten at that point. Numbers 22. And then came out, okay, the high place of Baal there. Let's see. Yeah, your beauty, O Israel, in 2 Samuel 1:19, is slain on your high places. And which one is this? Which king is this? This is David. So David, and they're already talking about the high places in not exactly a flattering way. First Kings 3, during the reign of Solomon, the people were still sacrificing on the high places because there was no house built for the name of the Lord until those days. Okay, so we're already our understanding at the beginning of, say, the reign of Solomon, people were not supposed to be sacrificing at the high places, but they still were. So already it's already verboten at the time of Solomon. You get to Josiah, and Josiah is the first king that actually does something about it. I don't know. Yeah, Rehoboam, king of Judah, he made houses on high places and made priests among them. So Josiah is making high places. Not a good thing. Rehoboam again. Jehoshaphat. You know. And he walked in all the ways of Asa, his father. He did not turn from doing it. Doing right in the sight of the Lord. However, the high places were not taken away, and people still sacrificed and burnt incense on the high places. So it wasn't that God didn't say anything about it. It's just that kings didn't do anything about it until the time of Josiah. That was really what it was. So it's not that it's an ad hoc, post hoc thing. It's that people were told and did it anyway. So I mean, you can for every law only is as good as yeah, how people will obey it, essentially. So. So anyway, I hope that helps, Christian Mauis. Thank you for the question, and thank you, PA888, for sponsoring it. Next one here is from Deliverance Now Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. What are the most compelling young Earth arguments like granite, opals, flood evidence, etc.? I think the most compelling young Earth argument is actually the polonium halos. I think that's probably the most compelling one. I think the guy who discovered the polonium halos took that a little too far. Frankly, he claimed to discover polonium halos, radioactive halos in petrified wood, which would kind of sort of undercut his own argument here. Robert Gentry was the name of the guy who came up with the radio halo view. But now that, I mean, I think the radio halo view has been thoroughly critiqued now, and I don't think it's that compelling. But that was probably, in my mind, that was always probably the most compelling argument for a young Earth. Okay? But granite itself is not a compelling argument. Opals is not a compelling argument. Flood evidence can be interpreted in multiple ways. I think there's a lot of issues there. So I try to stay out of that for the most part. I don't find a lot of young Earth evidence compelling. I also don't find a lot of and in all fairness though, I also don't find a lot of evolutionary evidence to be compelling either. So it's just I get a little nervous about, say, how sort of slack some of that evidence can be. DBC, how about dendrochronology? Trees going through so many different layers. A lot of okay. Dendrochronology. I don't think you're using that term correctly. Dendrochronology is the study of radiocarbon in layered trees. Okay, tree layers. And I have my problems with that. Okay, I definitely have problems with dendrochronology. I think that's kind of, some of that is kind of dodgy. But the whole idea of basically petrified forests. This is if we're talking about yeah, it's tree rings. That's what dendrochronology is. It's tree rings. But what creationists sometimes are talking about here isn't tree rings. It's talking about petrified trees that go through different layers of strata. Basically, multi-strata stratite petrified trees. Okay, that's generally what creationists are going to talk about when it comes to trees going through different layers. So it's multi-strata trees. Now, yeah, it does deny somewhat the age of the strata, and that's I think it's perfectly acceptable. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I think though that you do need the tree to be fully buried before it can petrify. So that leads to one of two things. Either that those layers are deposited quickly, or the layers were removed, leaving the tree and then redeposited. Either way, I'm not sure what's the best solution to that issue. So, all right. So let's move on here, because we got more super chats here, but I hope that helps. Laboring Saint for 199. Thank you very much for the super chat. Genesis 76. 700th year of Noah's life. Clan age? Yeah, it's clan age. It's clearly clan age. We'll just quickly pop here and look at this. 7 verse 6. Now, Noah's 600 years when the flood of water came upon the earth. Then Noah and his sons and his wife and his sons' wives with him entered into the ark because of the water of the flood. Yeah. So yeah, this is a clan age, as most of those are. I don't think there's any real doubt about it at this point. It's the only explanation here that really makes sense. So, the biology, it's basically the biology that we have of early hominid remains don't show those signs of extended long age. And there is signs that do show up with extended long age. You know, we've already seen that. There have been, say, skull works done for, say, those who are really who live to past 100. So those morphological changes really don't happen. So all right. Next one for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Genesis 17. Why shocked at son in old age? And this is the issue. Okay? 17. Yep. Then Abraham fell on his face and laughed and said in his heart, will a child be born to a man 100 years old? And will Sarah, who is 90 years old, bear a wife? Yeah. If you take those ages of the patriarchs verbatim as a literal reading, yeah, you're going to get this idea then that Abraham said, well, how can a man give birth to a child at 100 years when his own father did so at 130? Doesn't make a lot of sense. Late bloomers, huh? Mrs. Producer thinks it's just late bloomers. Yeah, no. No, those are references to clan ages, and this here is an actual, surprise that somebody at that age can bear children. But it does lead to the idea that there are other readings for those, say, Toledo lists with extended long ages. So, and frankly, this was something that the Israelites did. So I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Next one here. Genesis 4:5. Why are Cain and Seth lines so structurally parallel? Because they're showing a Toledote. That's what they are. Coincidence, shared tradition, or narrative design. It's a narrative design. The whole thing about Toledotes that you have to keep in mind is that they're there to show you an object lesson. Okay? They're a teaching device. Toledotes are a teaching device. Their way of showing, and Toledotes are used in many different ways in Scripture. They can be used to show the reason something happened. They can be there to show you a life lesson. They could also show you the posterity, what happens when people make bad decisions. So you got the lines of Cain and Seth here. One is, this is what resulted from Cain was more death, more mayhem, more murder, all that stuff. Seth also has a line, a posterity. So, and in the end, they fall the exact same way as the line of Cain. So that's the posterity that even though they both start off different, they end up converging into the same problem, with the exception of that one family. And frankly, they weren't that good either. Okay? The family of Noah was not that great. You know, they were preserved to carry on the priestly line, but yeah, Ham was not a good guy. Just saying. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat, very much appreciated. But that's why they're structurally parallel. It's because it's a teaching device to show you that the two lines converge and end up in the same place, essentially, which is the flood. They both end up at the flood. All right, next one here is also from Laboring Saint, who gives us another super chat. We really appreciate this for $4.99. Thank you so much. Thoughts on Michael Heiser's view that demons are disembodied Nephilim linked to the Amalekites? I think that's hogwash. Okay, I think that's complete hogwash. I do not accept Heiser's view of the Nephilim, because the text. Let's look at this text again, because there is nothing in Scripture that says demons are in any way related to the Nephilim. That's empty conjecture. And we're going to throw up Mr. EC up here to just prove the point that I think this is empty conjecture. Yeah, there's not a whit of Scripture that links the Nephilim to demons. Nothing at all. But Genesis 6 is where they're getting a lot of this from. Okay? Now, 6:1 says, "Now it came about when men began to multiply on the face of the land, daughters were born to them. And the sons of God saw that the daughters of men," now these are cultic affectations, sons of God, like son of Ray, son of Marduk, these are priestly cults. And the daughters of men, daughters of Adam, that's also a cultic destination, like the daughters of Hathor. They were beautiful, and they took wives for themselves, whoever they chose. Then the Spirit of the Lord said, "My spirit shall not strive with man forever, because also his flesh, nevertheless, his days shall be 120 years." So that's the time clock to the flood. Verse 4. The Nephilim. Now, Nephilim, it means fallen ones. It doesn't mean giants. It doesn't mean demons. Doesn't mean anything like that. It means fallen ones. Were on the earth in those days, also after. Okay. When the sons of God came into the daughters of men, so they got funky here and produced children. Those were the mighty men of old, men of renown. These are men. The Nephilim are men. They are the offspring of a broken vow, religious vow. Okay? And if you look at, say, some of the works of the ancient years, particularly from Mesopotamia, there's this fear that if you break an aditum vow, basically a sexual vow, it will result in catastrophe. Sargon of Akkad was the result of a broken aditum vow, and he ended up destroying 5 kingdoms. So there was strong distrust that if the aditum vow was broken and a sexual vow was broken, that this would result in bad things. Now, we don't know who had the vow here, the sons of God or the daughters of Adam, but there's something going on here. The fallen ones would indicate that this was the result of a broken vow. Okay, so, but it's clear, the Nephilim were men. Men. It says it explicitly twice. Those were the mighty men who were of old, men of name. So, this whole idea that Heiser had that demons were disembodied Nephilim is complete hogwash. And I think we have to stop saying that, okay? All right, next one here. Laboring Saint for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. He's got a lot of questions here now. Genesis 2, 10 to 14. Four rivers in Eden, literary device for garden spreading or goddess source. Okay, let's take a look at that and we'll talk about that. Genesis chapter 2, verses 10 to 14. Now a river flowed out of Eden to water the garden, and there it divided and became four rivers. The name of the first was Pishon, and it flows around the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold, and the golden land is good, and the Bedlam and the onyx stone are there. The second river is the Gihon. It flows around the whole land of Cush. This is Kish, not Cush. Let's be clear about that too. The Vav there is not part of the original text. It's a matra that was added later. So this is Kish. And the name of the third river is the Tigris, and it flows east of Assyria, and the fourth river is the Euphrates. Okay. We do know where the Tigris is. We know where the Euphrates is. There is some indication that we, from satellite imaging, now know where the, I think Pishon is. The only one that's left is the Gihon. Okay? So, I don't think it's necessarily a literary device, but the fact that it's four rivers that sort of define a territory is a very common literary device, say, within the Bible itself. Four cherubim around the throne, four seraphim, four ophanim, four rivers. You know, this is sort of that sort of the boundary, as it were, to God's sacred garden. So that's the purpose of these rivers here, is to define the boundary of God's holy place, the sacred place. The Eden is supposed to be God's holy of holies on earth. That's the purpose of Eden, is to be his holy of holies. And the defining how that is defined is by those rivers. So it's basically a way of marking out the outer boundary of those rivers, of that holy of holy space, the garden region, as it were. So it's not a literary device necessarily, and it's not necessarily saying that this is God the source, but it is something that is defining God's sacred space, his sacred of sacred space on planet Earth. It's all sacred until the fall. And then once the fall happens, you get that division between sacred and profane, and that happens to be at the boundaries of the river. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Laboring Sync for $4.99. Thank you again for the super chat. Genesis 1 to 11 represents ancient Near Eastern mytho-historical texts. Literary connection or shared traditions? Well, it is mytho-historical, and I'll agree with you there. It's also religious. It's ritual prolegomena. Okay. Genesis 1 to 11 is there to establish a ritual foundation for the tabernacle. That's the reason it exists. It's to and it does it through mythohistory. So there's no problem with it being mythohistory and being ritual prolegomena. But it's primarily ritual prolegomena expressed as mythohistory. So, and a lot of cultures did this in the ancient Near East. So, probably more a shared tradition of doing this. So, you basically establish a mytho-historical precedent to explain the necessity of a certain thing. Okay, so you have, say, that the division of sacred space in Genesis 2 to 3, and that then defines why you need curtains for the tabernacle to define that outer precinct of the tabernacle. So the precedent justifies the ritual practice. The Noah's Ark is a sacralizing converter. It basically makes the profane acceptable for sacred service. So that justifies, say, ritual purification. So you get a lot of this in Genesis 1 through 11. It's ritual prolegomena, but it's basically couched in terms of mythohistory. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Laboring Saint, for $1.99. How do we get that demons are fallen angels? Well, okay. Let's understand a couple things here. We have to be careful of our terms here. Because demons and angels, those are they're basically job descriptions. A demon is a doer. Something that's a creature that does something, a being that does something. Make you sick, lose your job, whatever. An angel is a messenger. That's the job description. Now, when it's not being used as a catch bucket, you can use those terms as specific jobs, or you can use them as catch buckets too. Like, for example, sometimes in the New Testament will talk about demons being all evil creatures, and angels as all good spirit critters. Okay? But when you're not using them as, say, catch buckets, as specific work descriptions, job descriptions, then things get a little more interesting. Not all evil spirits are demons, and not all good spirits are angels. Okay? Seraphim, great example. They're fire creatures. Okay, they're fire spirits. That's what a seraphim is. They're flying cobras. They're fire spirits. They're absolutely terrifying, and they're not a single one is ever used as an angel, as a messenger. So it's just one of those things where we have to be kind of careful about our terms here. Now, all creatures were originally designed to be good, and then some chose not to be. So if we use this in a catch bucket way, then yes, we would say if angels is the catch bucket for all good beings, and demons is a catch bucket for all evil beings, evil spirits, then we would say yes, that sort of follows logically that all demons are fallen angels. However, if we use this in say the work description way, then we have to be a little more nuanced about how we discuss this. But that's how we arrive at it, is all spirits were created for good, until, as it says in Ezekiel 28, wickedness was found in you. And this is how it works. Spirit beings aren't made wicked, but eventually wickedness is found in them. And then they fall. So, there is that whole sort of then entirely say that pattern there that demons have to, at least the source of all demons is spirit beings that were originally created for good. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Labor and Six for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Who are the seed of the serpent? Seed of the serpent. Oh, I think, okay, Genesis 3:15. 3:15. Okay. This is where it comes from. The curse given to the serpent in Genesis 3, verses 14 to 15. Okay. And the Lord said to the serpent, because you have done this, cursed are you more than all cattle, and more than every beast of the field. On your belly you shall go. This is his exile to earth, by the way. And dust you shall eat all the days of your life. I will put enmity between you and the woman, between your seed and her seed. He shall bruise you on the head, and you shall bruise him on the heel. Okay. Now, her seed, we know, is basically the righteous and leading up to ultimately Messiah. Who is the seed of the serpent? Okay. That is going to be basically those who follow after him, the serpent, and his lies. Okay, those who serve the darkness. Some of these will be evil spirit critters. Okay, some of these will be human beings, honestly, who would rather follow the way of sin than follow the way of God. So there is a spiritual war going on here. And that spiritual war, is going to be with principalities and powers and all that. But there's also going to be a human dynamic too involved in this as well. So, the seed of the woman, that's going to end up in Messiah. That's how, say, the church has traditionally viewed this across denominations and across, say, Orthodox Christian sects. The seed of the woman is Messiah. It's Christ, Jesus. The seed of the serpent, that's his basically his cadre of flunkies. Okay? His spirit buddies. The ones that decide they want to be their own god. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And then Laboring Saint here for 199. Genesis 1 to 11. What themes would you emphasize most? I would emphasize most the ritual themes. All of Genesis 1 through 11 is going to be talking ultimately about that ritual religious undergirding, because that's why it's there. That's the whole reason Genesis 1 to 11 exists, is to give a mytho-historical foundation for the whole Israelite faith. That's why it exists. It's not there to explain their history to them. It's not there to present a view of origins. It's not any of that. It's to provide a justification for why they're doing things in the tabernacle the way they're doing them. And then ultimately in the temple in Jerusalem. So, and when I teach Genesis 1 through 11, I go through the whole ritual prolegomena that sort of undergirds all of it. So much of it. So much of it. I think one, if one was so inclined, I'm not volunteering to do this. Mrs. Producer just laughed in appreciation that I'm not volunteering to do this. One could do a commentary just on Genesis 1 through 11, explaining nothing else but the ritual dynamics that Genesis 1 to 11 justifies. It's that sort of compressed, and it's using history, mytho-history to do it. And that's actually an amazing literary achievement. To explain an entire religious system, a complicated religious system, using mytho-history. It's incredibly adroit. The virtuosity of this is just mind-boggling. So, Gandalf the Base says, is it not to link God, the God they're just made a covenant with, to the creation? No, it's much more than that. Now, there is some remythologizing, because you have the mixed multitude and everybody in Egypt had various different creation myths, so they needed a new creation myth for the nation. That's part of it. But it's more than that. It's providing a new ritual understanding through that myth. So it's, even if you could say that that's part of it, that's a small, small part of it. Jack Ray, I heard I volunteered to do this. No, I did not do I did not say that. Galvase, like, I agree with you so far, but it's not, is it not also linking God to their ancestors? It is, but that's just a small piece of it. The question you have to ask with this is, why is it linking it to their ancestors? Why is that important? Why does that matter? It only matters because that linkage is going right back to Adam, the first priest. So by linking them, a nation of priests, okay, it shows that that's their raison d'etre, is to be God's representatives on earth as a nation of priests. And how do you do that? You link it right back up to mankind's first priest. So even that linking to their ancestors has a ritual purpose. And it's so clever. It's so absolutely clever. You know, it's really interesting because you don't find other ancient Near Eastern myths linking their descendants to a class of priests. You don't see this. You see a lot of the first humans, say, hovering in fear of their gods. You see them, humanity, have sort of a secondary role in the whole drama of the gods. Sorry, what? Okay. But
You see a lot of bribes.
yeah, you see a lot of humanity trying to bribe the gods. Yeah, that you see. But linking your ancestry right back to the first priest, oh, that's good. That took some thought. I mean, divine thought, yes, but thought nonetheless. So, again, I would, when it comes down to, say, getting back to Laboring Saints' question here, is what would I emphasize most in 1 through 11 of Genesis is, yeah, the ritual aspect. It all comes back to the ritual. The religious ritual that was being given to Israel in the wilderness. That's what it's all about. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. I want to thank Jack Ray here for gifting the channel another 20 Ancient Egypt in the Bible memberships. So very much appreciated. Thank you so much for your support of the channel. We really need it at this time, and we so very much appreciate it. Thank you so very much. And then we got 2 more super chats, and then we're going to call it 3 more super chats, and then we're going to call it a night. Okay. Laboring Spirit for 199. Thank you for super chat. Gilgamesh plant and Genesis Tree of Life connection. Yeah, but a lot of ancient cultures had a Tree of Life motif. It's not just the Mesopotamians. The Egyptians had it too. So, did they get it from Gilgamesh? Did they get it from, say, the Tree of Life motif you find all over Egypt at the time of the Exodus? It could have been either one. It's not a unique motif to anyone. Yeah, nobody can sort of claim this one. You find it all over the place. So, if I ever do another tour, when I do tours of Egypt, I point out the Tree of Life, and show it on. I mean, they actually put it on the walls of the temples, and you can see it for yourself. So Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. And finally, from Laboring Spirit here for 199, thank you for this super chat too. Sorry for asking so many questions. I am done. Hey, no problem. We're here to answer your questions. This is our forum for answering questions. So we really, really appreciate you supporting the channel through your super chats and asking questions. This is why we do this every Friday night, is to answer your questions. And we really, really hope that we have helped you sort of, clarify some things. So thank you for your support and thank you for the super chats. We so very much appreciate it. And finally, the last super chat, and this will probably be the last question of the night, from Scott Warthen for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Do you concur with Augustine's just war theory and how it is applicable to the U.S.'s ongoing violence on Iranians? I am not an expert on just war theory. It's not my field of expertise. This is a whole area where, say, scholarship is. There's a lot written on this. This is a branch of ethical theory, so it's not really in my wheelhouse. So I don't remember Augustine's just war theory enough. I mean, I've studied it at one point, but I don't remember it well enough to really recall the details of it or how it would apply to the U.S.'s current conflicts with the Iranians. So I can't say. Because I don't know the just war theory well enough. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to give this one a miss. It's so outside my wheelhouse. And here's the thing. You can only focus on so many things. You can only... Candle the base, I'm trying to type. My brain is fried. Well, imagine what my brain's like at the end of the night. Okay, so... So anyway, I'm sorry, Scott, I can't answer this question, really. It's really not in my specialization. And I just don't know the material well enough to answer this. So I'm going to have to give this one a pass. But I do appreciate your support of the channel and willing to do a super chat. I really appreciate that, and I want to thank you so much for that. But again, it's just, I can't answer it. It's not, I don't know that material well enough anymore to really engage the question. So anyway, all right, so I think that's going to be the last question. I think we're going to call it a night at this point because it is 12:30 and I'm tired. I'm sure Mrs. Producer is also tired. I want to thank everyone who joined us tonight and who supported our channel through your questions and your super chats. You guys are amazing. We so very much appreciate it. Thank you so very much for doing that. February was not a great month for us, so overall, but you guys are helping make the difference, and we so very much appreciate your support. Thank you so very much. It keeps this ministry going. We also want to thank our regular Patreon and YouTube subscribers. You guys are the people who fund the equipment and the costs to keep this going. So again, thank you so very much. We so appreciate that. And then finally, we want to thank our regular subscribers who view our videos, hit that like and subscribe button, and share our URLs with other social media platforms. You guys get the message out. With that said, thank you so much for watching. We're glad you could be here with us tonight, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.